All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council regular meeting for Monday, May 18th. Just one study session item for tonight. We have our Senior Services Manager, Nancy Baum, Aging Dynamics Founder and Consultant, Rachel Cohen, DRCOG Community Resource Specialist of the Area of Aging, Lindsay Westmiller, as well as Community Relations and Crime Prevention Manager, Stacy Durbin, here to provide an overview of the age-friendly action plan to include the plan development and priorities emerging from our recent community engagement. Nancy, I'm not sure who is going to kick us off this evening. All right, good evening, Nancy.
The star. There we go. Okay. So thank you so much for having us. Again, Nancy Baum, Senior Services Manager. I'm here tonight with Rachel Cohen with Aging Dynamics and Lindsay Westmiller with DRCOG, and also Stacy Durbin with the Police Department. So our goal tonight is just to overview the development of the Age-Friendly Action Plan, or Active Aging Plan, and just talk about our engagement that we've had for the past 6 months. We will discuss services provided to seniors by the City of Englewood and our partners, including Arapahoe County and the Regional Council on Aging. And we'll discuss the role of public services and first responders plan in helping the active aging population here in England. Okay, so let's start with our age-friendly action plan overview. Let's talk a little bit about the background, actually, of the age-friendly action plan. So in early 2023, the council identified senior services as a well-being priority for the strategic plan. In spring of 2024, the city created a senior services division, which was based out of Malley Rec Center. In fall of 2024, we started looking at the age-friendly action plan development, and if you remember, I presented to council at that time. And then this past summer, 2025, we were able to hire consultant Aging Dynamics through the RFP process. Initial themes that we outlined for that beginning stage age-friendly action plan included food security and nutrition, personal safety, housing and aging in place, cyber safety and technology assistance, and financial health resources. So now we're going to discuss the purpose of the age-friendly action plan, and I'll welcome Rachel Cohen to discuss that in detail.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So why do we even put together an active aging plan, or as our name is starting to morph into the age-friendly action plan? We do it for a number of reasons. One is to say, all right, what is the foundation that we're building on? So we're really building on our strong programming and services that we already have here, but we're also at the same time taking this opportunity to say, what are the gaps? Where can we be doing better? What do our citizens, what do our folks who come to and visit Englewood, both those that live here and then those who work and come and play here, what is it that they need to be able to age here in our community and stay here? So our intention with this plan is to create a shared action plan. And by shared, I mean that it is both city folks who are involved with implementation, but also our organizations and our other agencies that support Englewood and our community residents. So we really want this plan to be owned by everyone so that we can see all different types of engagement, and we're going to talk about how we've done that in the planning process so far, but we can continue to see that engagement as we are implementing this 3 to 5 year roadmap, essentially. It's really important with age-friendly work that we do have that shared ownership. Otherwise, oftentimes implementation can get stunted. If we're only depending on one part of our community, say the city, to do everything, we all need to work together. We all have a piece of this pie. So we're building this plan to be realistic, to be implementable and shared, like I said, across all these different areas. I'm going to get into more detail on the themes, building on what Nancy had said when I share more in later slides about what we've heard so far. So our goals with the community engagement was really to keep it accessible and inclusive. And we've done that in a number of different ways. We've done it through different dates, times of day, different locations, different formats, really inviting those who care about Englewood to be able to participate however works for them. And so part of that is when we did in-person meetings, we've done them at a variety of different locations across Englewood. So did a session here, the town hall here. We also did a town hall at the Broken Tee Golf Course. We actually went into the neighborhood and went to Kent Village. That's obviously is a little pocket neighborhood in Englewood, but where we had some very focused interests. And so we went there and did a session. We held focus groups at Malley Recreation Center and at other locations, again, at various times of day, did some in the evening, some during the morning, some in the middle of the day, just to try to accommodate a variety of different folks' schedules and interests. And then we also did a survey that was offered in a variety of formats, both online and on paper. And the paper ones were available at the library and at both rec centers. We also handed them out, again, to different neighborhoods when we had a neighborhood representative that maybe came to a focus group. So again, trying to reach as many folks as we possibly could. And I'll show you here on this next slide, like some of the engagement that we saw. We were quite pleased, I would say, with folks that came out multiple times, actually, which says a lot about interest and commitment to the city of Englewood, which we heard loud and clear. Our focus groups had approximately 35 people that came, and again, those were obviously at various times of day. We built on the focus groups into the town halls, and the town halls were intended to be sort of more open kind of working sessions where we took the information from the focus groups and from what we'd learned so far from the survey and said, all right, what do we do about this? The focus groups are very much like, what are the challenges? Where are the opportunities? You know, what are you seeing? Now it's the, what are we going to do about this? Because that's what we need in this plan, are those action steps. So we had some folks that came to both focus groups and town halls because they really wanted to have their voices heard. We loved that. They brought their friends and neighbors. They also answered the surveys. We had on here, this was before we started our analysis, so the survey actually ran for about 5 months, a pretty long survey period of time, but again, we were sort of timing it with different events. So we wanted it to go through the Healthy Aging Expo that happened at Malley in mid-April. So we gave it a couple more weeks after that, and we ended up actually in total with 233 unduplicated surveys. The number here, the 253, was right before we did the analysis because we wanted to get the slides to you guys. So the analysis has now started, and so we had to remove a few because people were so excited they answered the survey more than once. And if they did that online, we could tell. So clean that up. We've also been doing interviews with community partners, with folks who work at the city, so we can get a better sense of what's going on in housing and transportation and economic development. And you know, again, this is where that shared ownership comes into play. We want to be able to braid all of those priorities together. And then we had the Healthy Aging Expo in the middle of April, and we used that as another opportunity to engage the public. So there were somewhere around 400 folks that came through that expo, and we had big, huge boards up with all of the priority action steps and themes that have come out, and we gave them a chance to vote, so that we could see, again, are we on the right path? Is what we're hearing what other folks are also wanting to see? And I'm going to go through that here real quick, just so you can kind of see where we're headed. But I point this out just to say, again, we're trying to engage in a number of different ways. We think it's really important to hear voices however they want to be heard. One of the, sort of the main themes, obviously, is Malley, and we've been putting Malley Recreation Center really at the core of a lot of our questions to test our assumptions, right, that this is a community hub, and really listen to folks and look at the data. So we've been crunching a lot of numbers in terms of usage at Malley, looking at it over the years, and that's what you can see on this slide, is that we have been seeing increases in registrations and in activity participation at Malley. So that's affirming that we do have this hub for programming. As you can see, there's a variety of different sort of priority programs where people have the most interest. Fitness, of course, right? But excursions get a lot of excitement from folks both in Englewood and outside Englewood. And in our final plan, you'll see a lot more detail about this, the usage and where are we drawing folks from. Obviously, the majority are from Englewood, but we do draw from areas around Englewood as well, which is relevant as we go through the planning process. So the things that we've heard so far, and I'll say that where we are in the planning process is probably about 2/3 of the way through. So we've gathered all this information, we've heard about our strengths and challenges, which I'll touch on a few here, and now we are moving into some very hands-on work sessions, again with a combination of city staff and community organizations to help really pull this plan together. So just kind of timing-wise, where we are as we talk to you guys, we're getting close to putting that plan together. But the strengths that we've really been hearing over and over, and this is where we're listening for themes, we're listening for not just what's said on the surface, but where maybe some of the, kind of below the surface themes are. And, the first one, it's both easy and difficult to find information. Again, I actually love hearing that because it allows us to go deeper into where are you finding the information, what feels hard about it, and that then helps us say, all right, the city of Englewood, I will say, has so many different ways to communicate. It's really amazing. And then we have people say, and it's difficult to find the information. Like, okay, so here's all these different ways. Are there different methods of designing it? We can get into kind of the details for how people need to find that information. We've also heard that some of the strengths, a big one is just that small town feel, and that's what folks really want to hold on to. And so through the focus groups and the town halls, we were able to get into what are some of the challenges to that small town feel. And you'll see that on the other side of this slide. And that's where, as we've got turnover and transition and new neighbors are coming in, maybe they don't know that yet. And so some of the ideas that are coming out are, well, we need to reach out to our new neighbors and let's give them a welcome to Englewood packet and also say, hey, come to our block party, come to all these events. And that's what we're looking for when we have these conversations. What are the actions we can take, not just saying we have challenges. Walkability gets to that small town feel. People love being able to walk around and access various parts of Englewood. And at the same time, we have that balance of safety concerns from traffic, from new construction and streets being blocked, from vacant storefronts. We've heard a lot about sort of concern around the unhoused population and maybe just perception of not being safe. We also have heard, when we asked about aging in place, that one of the challenges is not having sort of those trusted referrals. Like, who do we go to help us put in the grab bars? Or who can help us get into the crawl space? Or even change the light bulb? The littlest things can make the difference between being able to stay in your home and not. And so we're hearing that. We want to know who to trust. Help us figure that out. And one of the other things that I loved hearing across so many of these different gatherings was just the interest in being involved in civic life, which I know is not going to be a surprise to any of you, but it just says so much about people's love for the city of Englewood, is they love being able to come to, the different academies and being able to support, whether it's an elected official or, just being involved in the meetings and being able to have a say. That was such an important strength. So some of the emerging action priorities that have really come out, and this is the things that we heard through the voting at the expo, we're hearing it over and over through the surveys and through everything else, is being able to just keep building on what we've got. So more information through a centralized hub, not wanting to go to multiple places for information. More activities and events. People love it. They love all the things in the parks and being able to access city staff and programs and all of that so easily. One of the other actions I really want to point out is that check-in buddy and companion program. One of the themes we heard, and this goes to those new neighbor things, and it's one of the things I love hearing is, what can I do as a community member to help with this plan? And that is one of the things. We had, I think, 7 different buddy initiatives that were suggested through these town halls, because people want to help each other, whether that's rides, whether that's checking in on folks, whether that is help with yard work, if it's being involved with kids at schools, like how do we have a buddy program there? That's something that I think is going to be an absolute theme through this plan, and is wonderful, I would say, as a consultant, to hear that over and over. We heard a lot around transportation, want to be able to get around town, some confusion around BERT, but then others who love BERT, like it's sort of, it goes back and forth. Some of that's information, some of that is just understanding, the system. And I know I've got more folks coming after me, so I'll kind of wrap this up, but the aging in place piece, which was one of the original themes coming into this. I've mentioned sort of that wanting to know about, trusted vendors and referrals. There's other pieces of aging in place that were coming up, and Part of that's a buddy thing, which is, volunteer help to help with some of the light home maintenance, right? Some of that yard work. We already have snow buddies, which is fantastic. How do we build on that? Is there a yard program that we can come up with? And then, some of the bigger things, which we're always expecting to hear, is more varied housing options, right? And one of the things that we will do with this plan is make sure that we have smaller ticket and easier to implement items that are balanced with some of the bigger ones, because we know that just saying we need more housing makes that a very difficult thing. That's not an easy thing to implement. It's something that may take time and years and lots of dollars that go with that. So we will make sure that this plan has that balance of the littler things, medium things, and then the longer term things. So we're hearing all of those pieces. And what we're also hearing, and I'll hand it over to our friend from DRCOG here, is just, again, is that interest of working together. So when we move into our work sessions here in a couple of weeks, that's where we've got housing at the table and transportation and human services and all of that, so we can work together and really balance all of these needs. So thank you. I know that was a ton of information. We look forward to bringing the plan back to you guys in a few months.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what we're doing currently in this realm. So Mally is providing a lot of services and resources. So let's touch on what those are. We'll start with community programs and connecting people to services. To start, we do some aging in place and personal safety programming. Again, home modification, which now that we have this feedback, we're starting to do more programming with that, right, already. Fall prevention and nutrition. Health resources, so we bring in CMS, SHIP, and DRCOG to do Medicare classes. That way those folks are getting the information directly from the government source. Financial resources, so we help people with wills, trust, power of attorney. We don't help them, the professionals do. Social Security Administration and will maker classes, which are very popular. We offer some cyber safety education in partnership with the library. We also do AARP Elder Watch classes, which are brand new, very popular. We offer scams and fraud classes with the district attorney as well. And then we do some technology education as well with the AARP. Mally is deep into social connection. That's sort of our jam. We offer book clubs with the library, cultural arts, fitness, special events, support groups, you name it, there's something for everyone. We offer a few really helpful events throughout the year. We have a transportation solutions workshop. Last year was our first year offering that, and it was a full day. Dr. Mack, RTD, Bert, just lots of 1-hour presentations where people can ask questions, fill out an application, find out the route that might be helpful for them. So really, we're just trying to bring the resource to Mally so that Mally can be the hub for the community, okay? We also do a safety symposium event, again, a day full of speakers, and then a healthy aging expo every April. We also do community safety talks with Chief Jackson quarterly, and we have agency spotlights with various community resources, just to highlight what folks are doing. So the flip side of the community-based resources are the resource-based services. So we have the Volunteers of America that come in Monday through Friday. They do a lunch at Mally. That's called the Congregate Meal Program. We bring in the Visiting Nurses of America bi-weekly, and they do a medical foot care program. That's also very popular. We also do, for 8 weeks each spring, the AARP Tax Aid Service, which is free tax filing, which is also very popular. All the spots fill up very quickly. And then currently we're working on an MOU to do an AARP driver safety course, which will allow people to get a discount on their auto insurance. We also partner very closely with the county. We bring in their choice services presentations quarterly, and that's really homemaker chore services resources that they can tap into. We also work with LEAP, Energy Outreach. We bring them in, not in the summer so much, but the fall and winter primarily. They have applications there. People can fill out an application if they need assistance. Sometimes they just come and we don't have a ton of interest, and they sit in the lobby for an hour and talk to people about their needs. So that helps too. And then again, just that resource connection. So I call the county all the time. So next we'll talk about what DRCOG Area on Aging Agency offers, and we'll bring up Lindsay to talk about that.
Lindsay with the Area Agency on Aging. And I guess just a little bit about the AAA. There's area agencies on aging that cover the country. There's over 600 AAAs across the US and 16 in Colorado. Our Area Agency on Aging has an 8-county service area. So we're Adams, Arapahoe, Broomfield, Clear Creek, Denver, Douglas, Gilpin, and Jefferson counties, all the areas that we serve. So we talk to people about resources in that whole scope. And we have a number of different programs that we provide that are, consistent with what the AAAs across the country provide. So one of those being our ombudsman program. So the ombudsmen are in the skilled nursing facilities and assisted livings and work as advocates if there are concerns about the care in the facilities, any concerns about like abuse or things like that. Also in the long-term care space, the Medicaid options counseling program. That's for people with long-term care Medicaid who, maybe their conditions improved or, maybe they were in there just for like an injury or something and they're wanting to get back into community living and living independently. The Medicaid options counseling program can help connect them with supports to, transition back into living on their own. We've got a veteran-directed care program that's actually accessed through the VA. So it's a program where people can have supports in their home. They can choose their own caregivers. And then our component of that is that we have case managers that help administer that and connect them with the providers for the care that they're getting. And then we have a case management program. Our case management program it's kind of niche. It's more for people who are lacking natural supports, friends, family, and have a multitude of chronic needs. And it's more short term. It's more like 3 to 6 months, a year on the long end. And our case managers will help them develop an action plan and connect to those long-term services so that then they can kind of move forward and be connected with like a more long-term form of case management or other supports that way. And we have another component of that called options counseling, kind of duplicative, but that's for individuals under 6. Since as most of our funding is from the Older Americans Act and Older Colorado. I'm going all over in terms of order, but case management we talked about, and then we have a couple different choice service programs. One is an in-home voucher program, and that can provide some in-home services, a couple of hours twice a month is where our program is at with that. And we have a couple of other agencies that administer the same program, like Jewish Family Service and Seniors Resource Center. So we're operating the same program, and we've all got waiting lists, unfortunately. But we encourage people to get on the waiting list with everybody and just try to, enroll with whichever program they can. And we also screen people for long-term care Medicaid so that they're, getting the most robust level of service they would qualify for, and encourage them to apply for that when that's applicable. The other choice service program that we have is for transportation. And that, of course, is, it's been mentioned, it's a massive need. So unfortunately, we do have kind of a massive waiting list to accompany that. But we have different contractors we work with to provide different types of support. So that includes, people that might need more, like wheelchair accessible vehicles. We work with MedRide for that. We work with the provider Hop Skip Drive for just point-to-point service. And then for people who are more independent, like with tech and stuff, we also work with Uber, so people who can use that independently sometimes opt to do that. And then we have a newer program. It's a caregiver respite program, and that is to help provide the caregivers a little bit of support. It's just a one-time voucher. Again, it's 32 hours. They can break that up a bit, but it's just a one-time thing. So once they utilize that, and that's kind of it as far as that goes. But we also try to connect them with other supports and things as well when they're connected with that program. We also have our Network of Care website, which is our resource database. It's our public resource database. So that's another good place for people to be able to connect with resources, beyond these programs. And if they're not finding, the things, in terms of existing programs that they know about, they can go to that as a resource. And then we also touched on the SHIP program, which is the State Health Insurance Assistance Program. And that is a great resource for people who are like approaching age 65 and they have all kinds of questions about Medicare, such a complicated, topic that, it's, I feel like everyone, you don't realize until you're just about to enroll how complicated it is. So that is a good resource, just a non-biased resource, because of course people are also going to encounter, all of the insurance companies bombarding them to enroll in their program. So it's nice for people to have, kind of a non-biased resource they can trust to just get some of that basic information about how things work. And then I think that's about it. And then the other one is our information and assistance line. So that is really our kind of front door, if you will, where we talk to people about all of these resources, not just our programs, but really any resource, in any of these areas, trying to get them connected with, whatever supports might exist in their own area. We also have agencies that we contract with as well. So we've got about like 50 or so external contract agencies, things like with some of the congregate meal programs, we support those as well. But we have about like a few thousand resources in our database, so we try to connect people with as much other supports as we can, just in general, because, with all of the great information you provided, there are so many needs and, limited support, so we try to help people identify things in terms of like maybe being able to like patch together some resources when, there often might not be one specific thing to meet what their need is, to maybe try to combine some others. So that's kind of the overview of what our agency does.
Hello. Okay, I'm going to go over some of the roles that the Englewood Police Department and first responders play in our community here. We have a lot of educational events throughout the year. I know we've spoken about them already, the Senior Symposium. We go out to also the Healthy Aging Expo. We always have a table there with resources and little, like I have jar openers this year, so something that's a little more guided towards that population. We've had a couple safety meetings at some of our residences here. I spoke at one with Sergeant Wright at the Simon Center a few weeks ago and got to connect with a lot of people there, and then ended up running into many of them at the Healthy Aging Expo. So it was a great touch point to come in contact with them twice in 1 month. We also have the Citizens Police Academy. There's no age limit or anything on that, so of course they're always invited to come out. National Night Out, I think, is definitely one of our bread and butter events where we engage with these individuals in our community. That's what these two photos are from, connecting with some of our residents around Kent Place. So DA Drug Take Back is a great one to recycle, not really recycle, dispose of unused medication. So I always push that out. And I think Coffee with a Cop is always a fan favorite as well. So we always meet a lot of our residents there. We tend to participate frequently in welfare checks for some of our older adults. They're mainly non-emergency checks, so you can call the non-emergency line. You can provide detailed information, last known location, time and date last seen, description. The most information that you can provide is the most helpful to us. Obviously, if you're able to help us access the home or apartment, we do have codes to get into them for emergencies. But if they can help out with that. And then our officers and EMS, so we work with Denver Fire. Their EMS will respond to check on the individual, and if transportation to the hospital is needed, they will provide that. Additionally, with Denver Fire, they have their own co-responders, and those co-responders will follow up on calls that they'd be like falls or medical, an appearance of unmet needs, that kind of thing. That's where the Denver Fire EMS co-responders, they follow up on those cases. Obviously, if there's ever any fear of immediate danger that someone's in, we always ask them to call 911, and any suspicion or neglect of abuse would call CDH. We tend to work with a lot of partners, and in certain instances, we would escalate into a higher level of engagement with individuals. So as first responders, which would be law enforcement, firefighters, and EMS, we're all designated as mandatory reporters for the mistreatment of at-risk adults. So if there's any suspicion of abuse, neglect, exploitation, anything like that for 70 and over, there's a 24-hour rule to report. Suspicious injuries fall into that as well. And then this is also where we're going to work with caseworkers, Department of Human Services. We work very closely with Arapahoe County. We make referrals to Human Services for abuse and neglect, and also to the Prevention Department for additional resources. So if a family might need additional help or help navigating guardianship for an individual, we would also refer them to Arapahoe County. We also have our Senior Alert Program. You may have noticed, I think we've only had 1 or 2 of these in the last year. Great. But it's how we use our social media and our public notification system that was created in 2006 to rapidly locate missing seniors that are believed to be in danger. So we work with the CBI to put out a senior alert. There is some criteria that needs to be met for it to be considered a senior alert. So 60 years of age and older, they have to be in Colorado. They also need to be verified that they have an impaired mental condition as well, for example, dementia or something like that. And that they are considered a threat, their safety and health of that person is a threat. The way that works is a family member or caregiver would contact law enforcement, and then we work with CBI. They would put out the actual alert, and then we share it throughout our social media as well. It can also go to radio and television stations if that seems pertinent, and then also it's canceled once we have found the individual. So I have a picture on the, just kidding, I had a picture, sorry. It just says person was located. So thank you for your time on that. Question.
Perfect. Thank you very much, everyone, for the presentation tonight. I'll open it up to questions for members of council. Member Ward.
First of all, I'm very grateful for this coming forward. I have, as I've said previously, been sort of in the throes of dealing with this issue over the last year or so under my own roof and with my family. And I did, a couple of questions came up. I saw a great deal of effort put into working directly in contact with the seniors. And for someone in a situation like mine, where I effectively am the primary caregiver for my aging parents, I was flapping in the wind. I had no idea what to do, who to talk to, where to go for assistance, how to find the help that I needed. And they didn't really end up getting the help that they needed until I got a call from South Metro one morning telling me that they had both been taken to the hospital. They would have refused to leave the house under their own power, but when they didn't have a choice, they finally got the care that they needed. And I'm happy to report that my father is stable now. Unfortunately, my mother did not make it through that process, and we laid her to rest last month. But so I wonder, as I look at this presentation, I'm really happy that we're providing services for our seniors, but I'm wondering if we are missing one component, which is the generation ahead of them that often tends, or behind them, I should say, that often tends to have to sort of deal with these issues directly and getting them connected with services as well.
I would just say that, I'm terribly sorry for your loss, first start with that. I think the whole point of doing an age-friendly action plan is to make our city more aware of the supports in place. And so that's a biggie for me. I really want Malley Recreation Center to be a community hub where people know of us, they can send their family members to us, we can sit down and meet with them, find out what they need, and then connect them to the necessary support. So I think just by doing this little bit of outreach in the community too, it's gotten some feelers out that let people know, hey, if you need help with a resource or a service, call the Malley Center, they can help to guide you.
Great,
So
I appreciate that a lot. My second question deals directly with the first responders and the public safety response. And a little bit with the sort of the awkwardness of Englewood's situation, because we have our own in-house police department, and we have contract fire department services with Denver Fire and Denver Health. And Denver is a very large animal. And I heard you mention that the Denver Health or Denver Fire caseworkers are the ones who handle these cases where the seniors are found to be in a condition where they can potentially no longer care for themselves or they need some enhanced support. I'm wondering if we're investing all of this as a city in standing up city services, how do we ensure that the Denver Fire Department that serves the city is actively connecting our senior population with services out of Arapahoe County and for Englewood, as opposed to dealing with some sort of confusion over what Denver handles and what Arapahoe County handles and what Englewood handles?
Sure. So it's the Denver Fire EMS co-responders that help. So they're similar to our co-responders we have at the police department. They have a little more bandwidth to be able to follow up on these cases where there's been a fall. 9 times out of 10, if someone falls, it's going to be EMS that's going to go out, not necessarily a police officer, unless they need help or support in some way. They're the ones who are going to provide the medical services that might be needed and then take them to the hospital as well. So on that level, it does kind of make sense for them to continue the care to follow up then. We do obviously work very closely with Denver Fire, where our buildings are, pretty much attached. And they work with our co-responders as well. So with us we have 3 co-responders right now, and then we have the manager as well. So we're full staffed in that. We're able to follow up on all those things as well. There's a great line of communication between them. I don't have any doubt that they don't provide the resources needed to individuals, even though they're Denver Fire, they're still serving our city.
Are they referring to Englewood resources or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of our resources are with Arapahoe County.
Right.
So so it'd be Arapahoe County or inside Englewood if that's where they're located.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Member Russell.
Thank you. And my question is for you also, Ms. Durbin. So if a neighbor, let's say, calls for a welfare check, who goes on that call?
A welfare check?
Yes.
It'd usually be a co-responder if we have one working that day or available. Officers tend to go as well, so they would go alongside them. That's who's going to go check on. And then obviously if there's a medical thing, EMS medics can be called. A welfare check would be the police department though.
Okay. Is it possible that people can fall through the cracks on a welfare check, that they might need help that they are not getting?
More care than maybe we're able to see.
Yes.
I guess potentially they could. I think it probably depends very much on the situation. I do, just with experience I've had with my own family, I think sometimes, it's so hard to be an advocate for them though, and to help, repeatedly call or push for additional help or resources to come out until you feel like they're getting what they need. So if it is a neighbor and you don't think they got, I would call again and continue to do so, just in case, to ensure that they're getting the care and service they need.
Okay, and my concern really is for people who have no family.
Right.
Those people may fall through the cracks sooner than
If
others?
nobody's calling on them, maybe.
Okay,
That's a hard one too. I spoke with some individuals that lived at Orchard Place, and they have no family. They have nobody that lives here. They have no one left around. They don't have anyone they talk to. And we spoke how we had someone pass away there last summer, and no one really knew, right, that they had passed for some time. And we spoke about having some sort of system, if you will. And I was talking with the Englewood Housing Authority on this. On, hey, we know Jeff lives by himself and he has no family. Is there any way we can go by every 2 to 3 days and knock on the door and just check and see how he's doing? And if not, he can give us approval to open the door or let us come in and check on him and make sure he's okay. We did discuss that with Orchard Place and the people that run it, the managers over there, which I thought it was a great idea to kind of have almost like a buddy system, to have someone that's also doesn't have any family and you can check in on each other in those types of residences. So that I thought that was helpful too, to give them a little security that someone would be checking on them.
right, and I appreciate that, especially with our public housing.
Yeah.
And then even Simon Center probably has some of those same issues. And,
Yep.
and for us to reach out and work with the Housing Authority to address those issues, I
Yep.
think that would be good. I think some of the other senior living places probably have safeguards and.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a good conversation on that.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Member Summerson.
Hi, sorry. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, everyone. As most of you know, I'm a huge fan of the Malley Center, so got a couple of questions and then just that I hope might be considered. In terms of transportation, remember Prang and I several months ago rode the bus. There were a lot of folks actually in our over using it to get stores, Walmart, so I think anything we can do to sort of firmly understand how critical transportation is to the community and providing it. I think the other thing around housing, super important, right? A lot of this. I think the idea that folks may not want to just stay in their home, but may want to downsize and stay in Englewood is, I appreciated that call out, and I think something to, I know a lot of folks often on how do we keep people in their home, which of course is ideal, but we want to live at home and figure out a different situation. And then just a couple of comments. I'm curious about a rationale in potentially expanding the age of the Malley Center to plus. I think there's a lot of benefit there, both in terms of possible revenue from you younger folks coming in, but also that opportunity, like Member Ward was sharing, right? That if you're in there at 50, then perhaps you're in there at a time where you're learning about services that may not only help your family here, but could help you understand how to maybe navigate area on aging and those things outside of Englewood too. If your family's not here, right, you might get a chance to learn some things from that. And I think tremendous. So.
Oh, sure. Well, thank you for that comment. Actually, I would be opening it up to 50 plus. I think we see some 50 plus people already. A lot of people don't know that we open our programs and services to people who are 18 and up the first weekend following registration. So we do open our doors to younger folks. And we are working on some intergenerational programming, hopefully to bring some families into the center to do some projects with older adults so that they can see that we're a resource for them and they can lean on us in times. We do have a pretty good relationship with Simon Center and Orchard Place. We see some of those residents on a daily basis, and we've really gotten to know some of them. As a result of that, we start to look out for them more, right? So some of our, 85 plus residents, we're looking for every day. If they're not showing up, we're calling them and asking them how they are. So it kind of goes beyond just a rec center. Like, we're really in place to look out for the community that's aging.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Important, and I similarly, it's difficult often. I find this with programming that support the unhoused too, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're another population that has a hard time navigating, and
right.
So being able to clearly define where to. And then I know I brought this up with you, but I want to just bring it up publicly. I do think there's something really fun about folks 55 and calling it their Mally birthday and getting a chance to introduce them into that with maybe some happy.
I love that. Yes, we would love that. Let's talk more. I do just want to add that with transportation too, we did have some feedback just from our engagement that mentioned potentially expanding BERT to the community to hit some grocery stores, to hit the other rec center, our rec center, and then the civic center, just to provide a wider scope of service. I know that that's a grant-funded program, and those details can be tricky, but that was part of our feedback we received as well.
Member Prank.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation tonight. I know that this has been long in the coming and a lot of hard work has gone into it. I'm pretty excited to have the update tonight. And I really appreciate how robust your outreach efforts have been.
Thank you.
That you've given the surveys so much time to sit out there and the continuous invites to engage with it, etc. And I just had my Mally birthday.
Nice.
So I will be coming to see you soon.
Perfect.
I do have a few questions. Some of them are really quick, so I'll try to hit those quick or first. Does the Mally Center, like around the food security piece of things, do you connect in with the Food Security Coalition through Arapahoe County?
You know, we don't. Right now, we have a partnership with Panera. They donate bread. We put that out on a table. People take it as they come and go. We used to get vegetables from the community garden here in Englewood. That's very popular in the summer months. You know, we haven't had a huge expressive need for a food bank. There are some options that we could employ. I did look into the Food Bank of the Rockies. They have an evergreen box program, but people have to, you know, they have to qualify for that. So there are some different food banks in the area that I think we could tap into. It's just really identifying if that's a needed resource. And some of our engagement that we've had and feedback that we received has not outlined that as a great need. So.
Okay. If you ever need to have conversation on that, I'm starting to get more connected with that through the sugary beverage piece initially, but I think I'll continue in those conversations. And so just looking at the grant program and supporting of the food banks within the region, if a need is identified, making sure that we can have Mally strongly considered in that sharing of food resources. My second question is around translation. Was there any translating of the survey or at the events that you held so that our persons of English as a second language were able to access the events?
That's a great question. We did look at some of our data around non-English speaking residents, and so we did offer the survey in Spanish as well.
Awesome.
We didn't have anyone identify a need for translation, so we didn't provide that. However, we were ready to provide that should the need arise.
I love that. Thank you very much for having that available. One curiosity that I have, so the rec center in Pirates Cove have worked really hard to carve out adult-only nights each year, and I'm just wondering if there would be any interest from those who participate in the patrons of Mally Center to have a senior-focused adults-only night, or at least take one of our adults-only nights and maybe make a portion of the evening relevant to that.
Great question. That has come up, and we have discussed it. We haven't nailed down a date for that, but I am absolutely open. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, I think that could be really fun. In the presentation, there was some discussion on transportation and just safety around transportation, and I saw a statement in there around places to rest. Were there any suggestions that came forward on kind of ideal places to put something in, and would that be a bench? What does that look like so that as we're working on these projects around the city, we can take that into consideration?
I love that you picked that up.
Yeah, there was actually a lot of fun conversation around that, especially in the neighborhood. And so folks were talking about how, you know, when they like a walkable neighborhood, but couldn't pause anywhere. And so there were some suggestions about, you know, could we work with our neighbors and the city to like have like an adopt a bench kind of a thing, where I know we've got narrow sidewalks and maybe we don't have much space, but even just integrating them into the neighborhood and then having shade like just in front of somebody's house, right? So there is a place to pause so that you can, kind of enjoy that. Those were like some of the major parts of that conversation. Others were just talking about like, some of it was like safety under like, some of the walkways and that sort of thing. But really it was in the neighborhood. Like, how do we make these spaces where you can go a distance and then pause and maybe meet a neighbor at the same time?
Okay. As you continue to have those conversations, maybe more specifically hone in on where would you like to see that?
Yep.
I would like to be able to support that effort, and I think it's definitely needed, especially as our temperatures increase and we don't have winters except in the spring and all of the things that are happening.
Yep.
And then my last question would be around the senior alert. Do those get sent out through I forget what it's called, but the city text messaging? Is it a RAP alert?
That's through the Arapahoe County. They can, however, you cannot have a picture tied to an ARAP alert. So we could push out the text. If it's a very, it's like situational, right? We could, yes, push it out through there. Our dispatch can do that. There's just no way to include a picture with it. So it would just be text.
Okay.
Information.
Yeah, I see that as being an area that, it's a tool that we have that's existing, and we can get that information out further or in different ways that, people might not be engaging with the internet or whatever, but I believe a lot of people sign up for those alerts.
Yes, yeah.
And then lastly, I'm just really glad that we're not recycling medication.
Sorry.
Had to
We
tease
take
you
them,
for a
you don't even
second
know
before
we
you
do.
left.
We give them to the DEA. They do not recycle them.
I appreciate all of
Apologies.
the information tonight, guys. Thank you.
Just one question for me and Ms. Westmiller. I think this might be a question for you. I'm not sure it's a question for Ms. Cohen, but one of the questions that comes up in front of council, I wouldn't say frequently, but it does happen on occasion, is where, we have seniors on fixed incomes, but then they're living in a facility that is 30% AMI or 60% AMI, and then based on just cost of living increases, raising their rents, it kind of ties their hands in terms of what they're able to afford. I believe either DRCOG or there is some type of legal support for that type of situation. Are you able to kind of give us a little bit of information on what's available to those that are experiencing that home insecurity aspect based on rising rents?
I might actually pass that over to our DRCOG person. I don't work in those technical programs, but.
Yeah, because I'm not sure if it's DRCOG that actually provides it, but I believe they have part of their referral program, just a lot of names that may be able to help. But I'm just wanting to make sure that council is aware in the event that those questions come up in the future. So go ahead, Ms. Westmiller.
And were you talking about just like in an apartment setting, like a
Yeah, so I guess to be specific, we had this concern come up with Traditions, and they're 60% AMI. They're right down here, but their basically rent was raising faster than what their COLA increases were based off fixed income. So basically, they were being priced out of the apartment that they were staying in.
Okay, but it's just like a regular apartment. It's not
Correct.
like an assisted living.
Is Traditions considered assisted living? I think it might be.
No, it's not. I don't
It's not?
think it's not assisted living, but
Okay.
it
Oh,
could
no,
be
it's not.
60. Is it 60%?
It's 60%. Yeah. Yeah. Is it through HUD? Okay. Yeah. So that's basically the situation. So sometimes, obviously, we're not able to do anything from a city level, but we're looking to provide resources in that type of situation.
Right. Yeah, that is very tricky. It's a situation that, with some of our biggest needs, talking to people every day in the community that call in for resources is housing and that constant issue of being priced out of where they're living and then already being in low-income housing.
Right. But are there legal resources that DRCOG is able to pass along for people that are in that type of situation? Or housing resources that are available as part to help them?
Yeah, we can give them a couple of legal resources, but it's not necessarily.
It's not an illegal practice.
Right.
It is just a cost of living increase that that unfortunately, their COLA increases aren't increasing. So I guess my point is that I just want to make sure if we start passing along any members of our community that are going through this type of situation, that we can reach out to the AAA within DRCOG in order to provide at least some type of assistance to answer any questions.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk to them about, you know, other like housing search resources to connect with. Overall, unfortunately, it's just like such a massive issue on such a broad scale where people are getting priced out of their living situation and not necessarily a resource to fix that.
Right.
So
I take it that this is something that comes up quite often in terms of.
oh, it's one of the biggest things that we have with questions in the metro is the housing thing. People are just not able to afford to live where they're living anymore. Anywhere.
Okay. No, I appreciate that, Ms. Westmiller. All right. Member Russell, you have one other question?
Along that same lines, Ms. Cohen, are you from the county? Does the county have any resources for people like that? I mean, there's this one lady that has been calling consistently. She is paying 85% of her income for rent. That doesn't leave anything for anything else.
Doesn't. Unfortunately, no. I'm a consultant. I run aging dynamics consulting firm, so I don't work for the county or DRCOG. But I would agree, it is absolutely a huge issue with affordable housing. But I apologize, I can't speak for the county.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Maybe
Nancy,
Ms.
you got
Baum,
something for us?
do you know if the county
I don't know of a ton of resources, honestly, that help with that. I did just learn at our affordable housing event last week that Habitat for Humanity has programs that help people buy a house. I forget the ratio, to be honest. I think it was around 40%. And then I know that Innovative Housing also offers the 30% as well. So I could look into that and get back to you.
Well, I appreciate that. However, I think these people make more than they don't qualify for, and the waiting list is so long that a lot of people can't even get on it.
That is a big problem. The waiting list is very long. I think we just heard, you know, they had an opening at Simmons Center, and the deadline was like Friday at noon. I found out about it on Wednesday, and they had over 100 applicants. So it's definitely an issue in our city.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Any further questions from members of council? All right, with that, everyone, thank you very much for your time. I think it's a very important conversation, and I'm very happy to have the resources available for what was discussed tonight. Appreciate your time tonight. Thank you very much. With that, everyone, let's take a 5-minute break. It's 6:57. If we can just start a little bit after 7 o'clock to kick off the regular meeting. Thank you very much, everyone. Members of council, if you could please be seated. All right, members of the public and members of council, I call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, City Clerk. If you could please take roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Present.
Member Bethel.
Present.
Member Prang.
Present?
Member Russell.
Present.
Member Summerson.
Present.
Member Ward.
Present.
And Mayor Sierra.
Present.
Let the record show 7 present.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 5, consideration of minutes from the previous session. Any changes to the minutes from the regular city council meeting on May 4th? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the May 4th meeting?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Summerson. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Summerson.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
And Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Moving on to recognitions. So tonight, City Council would like to recognize all the students that attended the spring session of the Citizen Planning School. Citizen Planning School is an interactive program sponsored by the Community Development Department. It provides our residents and business owners with a background in the fundamentals of city planning. Students engage in discussions, gain insights into the planning process, and learn from the Community Development Department staff. Classes include the development process, a development tour of Englewood, current planning projects, an interactive city building project, and a board and commission member panel discussion. Many graduates go on to other citizen academies or apply for appointment to various different boards or commissions. So we do appreciate your dedication to the city and congratulations on completing this session. So tonight, I believe we're going to read off each name. We have a certificate for them. So if you want to come up one by one, we'll take an individual picture and then we'll have a group picture at the end. All right, perfect. So Andrina, I'll let you read off the names.
Aaron Reid. Govinder Gill. Julia Hudson. Laura Simmons. Lawrin Bartsch. Lisa Collins. Matthew No. Michael King. Mike Simpson. Nate Goss. Nicole Kim. Randy Parker. and Tanya Faust.
All right, there's no appointments, communications, or proclamations tonight, so we're moving on to public comment. So this is an opportunity for to address City Council. The expectation is that the presentation will be conducted in a respectful manner. Council may ask questions for clarification, but there will not be any dialogue, and please limit your presentation to 3 minutes. Englewood residents must provide your address or cross streets. Non-Englewood residents just must provide the name of the city. If you have addressed council in the last 90 days, we will move you to the bottom of the list. Any written materials may be submitted to the city clerk in advance or at the meeting. Audio-visual materials must be submitted to the city clerk by 5 p.m. And let's see here, we have a few names tonight, so I will start with those that have not addressed council over the last 90 days. Up first is Joseph DeSimone, a D2 resident. Good evening, Mr. DeSimone. When you are ready, you may begin.
I'm not sure. How does this thing work?
No, actually, it's on. So you're good to go.
It's on?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, I have a few questions. First of all, I want to know how long is it going to take before we get our streets back? I went down Clarkson the other day, and at Clarkson and Oxford, I had to stop. There was a guy painting a fire hydrant, 2 guys standing there watching him. The hole that they've got dug there in the street, it's been like that now for over a month. There was 4 guys standing there looking in the hole. Nobody was working. I want to know how long this is going to take. Every street in Englewood practically is torn up. Logan is terrible. Whoever is patching the street on Logan does a lousy job, I'll tell you that right now. I think the Pioneers had better streets than we've got right now. Also, I got a postcard the other day in the mail about watering our lawns. If it rains, turn your sprinklers off. That's what I did. I came by here this afternoon to come down here to this meeting. Why is the fountain still on? If they can have the fountain on, I surely should be able to sprinkle or water my yard. Also, I want to know people that have swimming pools and stuff like that, why can they fill their pools and I can't water my lawn? That's my questions.
Anything else, Mr. DeSimone?
Anyway.
Any further comments?
No, that's it.
All right, perfect. Mr. DeSimone, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions for members of council? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming tonight.
Okay, thank you.
And we will be providing a response once we get through all the speakers. Up next is Mr. Doug Cohen, District 2 resident. Good evening, Mr. Cohen. It's been a while. Good to see you.
It has been a while. Yes, good evening.
When you are ready, you may begin.
I like all the rain today. Yay for that. I want to share an inspiring piece of our history with you tonight. The Englewood Summer Drama Program is celebrating its 60th anniversary, and they're inviting the alumni to come to the celebration. The Englewood Summer Drama Program is an educational and entertaining amateur theater program. People get to experience all the aspects of the community theater from production to opening night. It's a subsidiary of the Englewood Parks, Recreation, Library, and Golf Department. It celebrates the creativity and the passion in our community. This program provides space for all ages to become involved in the theater, whether on stage or behind the scenes. Jack Fisher started this program when he was a teacher at Englewood High School in the 1960s. Jack Fisher was a teacher at Englewood High from 1965 to 1975 when he passed away. Fisher Auditorium at the high school is named in his honor. He directed the plays at the high school and began a program for younger students in junior high and elementary to learn and grow by being part of a play. The Englewood Summer Drama Program is the continuation of that vision. Jack knew that doing something personal, working together, learning to speak in public, and doing something engaging and rewarding would keep the youngsters from getting into trouble, and kids would discover how to find their place in the world. The shy kids learned how to perform, the rough kids learned discipline. One of his favorite sayings was, "There's more to life than you have discovered." Participation changed the lives of these folks and taught them how to look ahead and leave behind things that hindered them. Many of the alumni participate in the program. Thank you, Jack Fisher, for starting this program, and thank you to all of you who are continuing it. And thank you, Dan Carlson, who shared this history with me. And if you're interested, Willy Wonka is going to be the play in July. Thank you.
Mr. Cohen, thank you very much for coming tonight. Any questions for members of council? Mr. Cohen, do you have an exact date for the July drama program?
Pardon?
Do you happen to have a specific date on when the play will be?
It's in the quarterly.
Okay, the quarterly magazine, the Englewood Citizen?
I just forgot to write it down
Okay.
on my paper. I think it's the 25th, but don't spend your money until you double check the date.
Exactly. We'll have people double check. Thank you very much, Mr. Cohen. I see no further questions. Thank you for coming tonight, Mr. Cohen. Up next is Andrea Worthy, a District 4 resident, I believe. Andrea, don't.
So many people in front of me.
You are fine, Ms. Worthy. When you're
near-
ready, you may begin.
I live near Englewood.
Okay. Do you mind coming up a little bit?
I live near Englewood Recreation Center, as many do. We have children. The area has gotten extremely dangerous. There's been apartments put up that we signed petitions. Nobody wanted them. The traffic has gotten so bad. You don't even have to park your vehicle out front on the street. They just run through the fence into your yard. It's gotten bad. Not only that, the riffraff coming through there now is unbelievable. You got people getting off the bus there, getting jumped and robbed. I had to help a boy who got jumped and robbed here around the 25th of April. This is ongoing stuff ever since those apartments went up. And now, against the will of all of the citizens who live here, there's more apartments going up. You know how much more dangerous it's going to be? The lady who hit me was drunk. The bars on top of, up there on top of Oxford, Broadway, all those bars and people driving down through there speeding 1,000 miles an hour. How safe are we with them going to their apartments drunk as heck? Something needs to be done. We have videos of all different kinds of stuff going on. We have major concerns about our safety and the safety of our children. My grandson has autism, and now he's been out of autism therapy since the end of April because I can't get him back and forth. That's just a few of the things. Gary Kovac can bring up so many more. It's just, I'm nervous. I don't do this stuff. I don't normally speak out, but I think it's time to speak up because there's just too much going on against what the citizens want. We hire you guys. Do we not pay your salary for you to sit there? Do we not pay enough? I voted for you multiple times. We do, rich or poor, do we not give you guys enough money in our taxes to take care of all different kinds of stuff? We didn't put you there to go over us and put your foot on us and say, hey, this is what we want. This is what's going to make the city more money. And we're going to do it whether you like it or not. That's not how things are supposed to be done. I'm sorry, I'm upset. I just think stuff is not being done properly and something needs to be done about it. I appreciate your time and the effort of everything that you guys do. Elderly stuff is great, but do you guys not make enough money to where you could put aside to help those people, the veterans, the people who are poor, who need that help, instead of making another city park that we say we don't need? We have city parks. We have nice ones right there on Jason, multiple. But instead, more money, even though we're saying no, is going to build.
Ms. Worthy, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you for, let me see if there's any questions. Ms. Worthy, thank you very much for your time tonight. Up next is going to be Gary Kozak, a District 4 resident. Good evening, Mr. Kozak.
Good
when
evening,
you're
City
ready,
Council.
you may begin.
Appreciate all your guys' service and stuff. There's new faces on board. I'm here. I sat on the board on the Broadway project. And they talked about the bulb out. Well, we opposed it because they're going to narrow the lanes another foot, each one of those lanes an extra foot. Okay, if you have any kind of a double axle trailer, you now only have 12 inches between the lines to make a mistake. That's only 6 inches on either side. Well, fine. They never, ever told me that they were going to be, or any of us on the board, that there's the bulb outs on the side streets as well. I asked each and every one of you to drive up there on the new curbs as well as Oxford curb that hasn't been done yet and see how many tire marks are on the sidewalk. Now, I also know that the buses have to stop in the moving lane. Denver eliminated that by having a whole bus lane so the bus can stop. If a bus has to stop and he's stopping in that lane, somebody else is going to run into somebody else because everybody's stopping now. Yeah, you wanted to slow up the traffic, but you're creating a hazard. They're going to avoid running into the bus. Now they're going to go on the curb because of the traffic. I brought that to their attention, as well as where's the water going, where is all of the utility, where are they going to push the snow? You got a problem there. Well, I called in on CDOT, and CDOT had recommendations, but the city avoids that, just like they have down in Oxford. There's supposed to be an acceleration, deceleration lane into that new apartment house at Sam's Automotive. But they've eliminated the acceleration lane. Good luck. You've already got them running over cars. The gal that just stood up here and talked, one of their vehicles got ran into and destroyed, basically. I got to move on real quick. Water rates. You want to raise water rates? We have several thousands and thousands of acre feet on the western slope. Sell some of that and use that money. I just found out about a $9 million bond issue that was going to go into or repair on Bellevue Park. Where did that money come from? Well, maybe that was on one of the bond issues. The water rate hikes. You've asked people to reduce the amount of water and grass and stuff they use, but where are we at now? We've got all this millions of acre feet, and yet we're going to raise everybody's rates here because everybody else around town is raising it. My last word is the city of Denver wants to take over Englewood. There's already legislation of them taking over Sheridan and turning Sheridan into Denver, and they're coming after Englewood.
Mr. Kozak, your 3 minutes are up. Mr. Kozak, thanks for your time. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming and speaking tonight. Up next is Scott Marsh, a District 3 resident. Good evening, Mr. Marsh.
Good evening, Mayor.
When you are ready, you may begin.
Well, I had a prepared statement, but it looks like I brought my wife's recipe for lemon chicken. But Actually, I'm here to talk about parking at the Malley Senior Center. Currently, Malley has approximately 3,000 members, aging from 55 to mid-90s. We have a parking lot to the west of the center with 50 spaces, 4 of which are designated to the Simon Center, and 3 are used for the electric vehicle charging station. That leaves us with 43 for Malley patrons. There's also a parking lot to the east of the center with 33 spaces, 8 of which are designated to Malley staff. So that gives us a total of 68 parking spaces. At one time, there were another 25 spots over at Orchard Place, but that was taken over by EDDA and designated as public parking. Now, there are 4 white signs posted that state Malley Center permit parking only, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. There's 4 total EDDA signs posted in the east and west lots, which note parking times available for public parking. Now, on the 5th of May, there were at least 11 vehicles in the west lot without a permit. At the same time, there were 57 open parking spots between Orchard Place and the public parking just a little bit to the south on Lincoln. But when I say there were 11 vehicles in the west lot without a permit. Okay, and then today, there were 9 cars without a permit, and at least that many just in Orchard Place. On any given day, Malley may have an excursion with as many as 28 people, or fitness classes with up to 50 people, which already exceeds the number of spaces available. And that doesn't include drop-in programs like pickleball, table tennis, pottery, wood carving, as well as people in the fitness center, art classes, VOA lunch, and people just coming in to generally socialize. It's important to keep this lot designated to Malley people because we do have a number of people using walkers, scooters, wheelchairs, and some using oxygen, walking a longer distance while managing a walker and oxygen could prove to be a barrier for seniors to use the building. I would like to request somebody from parking management to patrol the lot at least once a day and offer citations for people who choose to use that lot rather than the public parking until the problem is corrected.
Mr. Morris, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Up next, here we go. We are on to Scott Reynolds, a District 1 resident.
I definitely have to second what he brought up. I've lived up this street for 37 years, and I'll be 75, so this will be my 10th year at the Malley. I really have an idea of, traffic and parking. So my comment is on traffic. When I came up south from the King Supers, at Corona and 8th and then 6th. So I'm stopped at 8th for 2 seconds while their light was also red. In other words, whole intersection, if it's already lit, it's something that can be done right away. As far now the red light runners will adapt, right away. But still the person like me that's just face south, watching the westbound 8th and then on down the hill, the westbound 6th, the eastbound 6th. And it makes you think for that second or two, makes you think to maybe look. Because I saw a bad accident once, it was dark, someone had forgot to turn on their lights, T-bone someone. The witness behind that person said they looked up, saw it was green and went and kind of glanced, but they did not catch the dark car in the glance. So Denver's done that. I don't know, that's something we can tweak the lights or consider to have that 2-second delay that they have on southbound Cronin at the King Supers and shop there, very nice. Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Reynolds, thank you very much for your time. Any questions for Mr. Reynolds? Go ahead, Member Russell.
So, Mr. Reynolds, are you suggesting that we do this in Englewood, delay the lights for a few seconds?
Yeah, well, I actually went back around, counted 1,000, 2,000. I saw you at the Gerald's Hay meeting a few weeks ago, by the way.
Okay, so you're talking about leaving the lights then at Downey?
Well, you know, all of them on for 2 seconds. I'm waiting at my red light and I see where theirs had turned red, you know, just by the peripheral. And why am I not getting my green? It was a full 2 seconds because they're trying to, of course, those people will still be scofflaws and run the light. But it maybe gives us a moment to think, you know, let's watch out for them at the problem, you know, problem lit intersection.
All right, thank you, I appreciate that.
All right, I see no further questions. Mr. Reynolds, thanks for your time tonight. Thank you so much. Up next is Candace Rutledge, a Littleton resident. Good evening, Ms. Rutledge. When you are ready, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Hi, my name is Candace Rutledge, and I'm a street cat from Littleton. I've been here over the years to talk off and on. I wanted to say a couple things. One was that I heard that there were talks about food banks, and I believe that St. Mary's in Littleton, they have a very compiled list that is really great that shows all of them in the area, and they're pretty accessible in the Englewood, Sheridan, Tri-Cities area. So that's the best list. And then another issue I heard about that you guys were considering was all the traffic calming that has been coming up lately. And I spoke about this in segments through Arapahoe County and Littleton to a degree, that there's a threat landscape of AI social engineering, Havana syndrome, and the sickness that I talked about happening at the Lucky U to 2 people in the with a span of months across that I had seen people get sick. And I just want to say that I think if you do traffic calming and the consideration of deploying more radar in residential areas comes up, I think you should consider whether that is a Medicaid or other mental or medical insurance fraud situation. I know that sounds weird, but it can cause a feedback loop where more people could be getting sick if those devices that are alleged to be radar aren't tested or aren't confirmed to be safe or at the right frequency. So I wanted to make sure that was on the table. And then one other thing I wanted to mention, the last thing was I did come here when it was raining with like 4 bags, and I was trying the elevator because I saw the gate got removed, but it wasn't actually working. I don't know if that's because the rain was a foot or if it was just the gate got removed and it wasn't actually fixed. So I wanted to let you know that.
Ms. Rutledge, thank you very much for your time. Do you have a question, Member Russell, or?
Oh, I do.
Okay.
That was on from before, though.
Oops, sorry, guys.
Did you say the elevator wasn't working out?
Yeah, over here by the train station, there's a ADA elevator, and it's not working. And I think I spoke about this last time I was here. And one of the reasons was because when I would haul a cart or a lot of bags, sometimes I would try to use it or try to go around to the other side of the building on the weekends. Usually I don't leave the other side of the building open.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, I think we're down to our final 2 speakers. We have Rachel Hectus, I believe, maybe online. Is that correct, or is she in the? Oh no. Okay, thank you so much, Rachel. And then the last speaker is Jan McCoy, District 3 resident. And by the way, Rachel, we did receive your email, so thank you for submitting that. Ms. McCoy, when you are ready, you may begin.
Good evening, Council. Jan McCoy, Cross Street. Just ought to say the Bulbults, and everybody's going to know where I live. This is a wake-up call. I think if the public has missed the previous indicators that Englewood has become making some extremely detrimental directional decisions, tonight should set alarm bells off. First, on just a simple thing, the new median planners on South Broadway are already not being taken care of after promises from the city manager that we would do better on this in the future, and we let them die before. They look relatively good, but if you're a gardener, you know that none of the last year's growth has been cut off. They're just new plants, and they're tough, and they'll come through for a year or two, and then they'll die out because they'll be smothered. So this is already the start of a really bad experience with South Broadway revitalization here. Secondly, I'd like to ask that that there be a council request concerning the water and sewer board ratings that are going to come up here. I'd like to see at least 5 more cities that are able to do what we do for less than we do because they're out there, and find out what their structures are and how those work. Anybody can send out a grid that shows 3 below and 10 above and make stats look really good when you twist stats to achieve the result you want people to believe in. And I'd like to see a little more competition out there. I still have the postcards you guys sent out from 5 and 6 years ago about the water rate. And everybody was better than we were, so we raised rates. Now this is a vicious cycle and a bad excuse for what's going on. It should be based on what we knew we need to do actually for infrastructure. Those are heavily weighted from the past, so let's see what's new. I'd like to see this resolution postponed until the public can weigh in on it before implementing it. And I realize that you've decided to do it as, I'm probably going to use the wrong word, a resolution, or rather than sticking it in as a part of the, I can't think of what I want, but that means that you can implement it just like this without any input tonight, and boom, those fees are on there. I watched the Water and Sewer Board meeting, and I watched someone ask a question about when might fees be removed if things get better or if it's not applicable, because we've all learned that they don't get removed. Once they're on there, they're permanent. And she got shut down and cut off by whoever leads that board, and I thought that was rude and inappropriate. We have a limit here, but in a session like that, I think that's inexcusable.
Ms. McCoy, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions from members of council? Seeing no questions, thank you very much for your time tonight. And I believe I did call every speaker tonight. I did, all right. And with that, anybody want to kick off response to public comment as well as council members' choice? I guess I will kick it off. So Mr. DeSimone, thank you very much for coming and speaking regarding the streets. I think you're right, there is a lot of work. I should have asked the question, but I believe all the work that you're speaking of is down Logan south of Hampton. The Clarkson-Oxford project is also part of our lead service line replacement that's going on. We're actually ahead of schedule, I believe. I believe we might get this complete this year, which is about a year ahead of schedule, if I remember correctly. So we have been working pretty hard on the streets, and so you are seeing the impact based on the patching and what you see within the city. But obviously, we will be repairing that as we move along. The other aspect, that Oxford-Clarkson piece, that's also the redundancy line that we're doing with Denver Water. So basically, if we happen to have any type of emergency where we need a second source of water, that's the big project that we have going on there as well. So it's a big project, but obviously we're hoping, if I could get, I'll probably ask for a council request on what the timing is to get that complete. And so I'll ask that here at a later time. Mr. Doug Cohen, thank you very much. Always appreciate you speaking to some of the history regarding things in Englewood and bringing visibility to the summer drama program. Really appreciate that. I will be asking citizens if they do want to go see that drama program here in July to just reference the latest issue of the Englewood Citizen for the correct date. Andrea, Ms. Worthy, thank you very much for coming and speaking to the traffic and just some of the issues that you're seeing on Oxford. In terms of the traffic, obviously there's going to be increased traffic with the apartments that have gone in. I do ask if there happens to be, as you mentioned, riffraff or crime that's going on, please report that to the police department. We want to be able to capture the stats and want to make sure that we identify any problem areas across the city. So if that wasn't done, I'm hoping that it was, but I'll probably ask a little bit of our police department regarding that. And obviously we are looking to implement traffic calming measures across the city. As part of the Oxford project on Fox, we are going to be putting in a cross light to aid children that are walking across to make it to school to get to, what's the school down there, Clayton, to Clayton Elementary. So we are looking at Oxford. We need to do more improvements, but I just wanted to make you aware of it. Yeah, you're probably further west, aren't you, by the rec center? So I kind of realized that when you did say that you were close to the rec center. Mr. Kozak, thank you very much for speaking to some of the issues regarding the revitalization program. I agree with you in terms like Denver does have a bus-only lane, but that's further north on Lincoln and on Broadway. But even just on the other side of Yale, they are doing the same thing that we're doing, which is just basically the bus is taking up that one lane and then people are going around it. So I think there needs to be some consistency, but I do understand the concerns that you happen to have about potential issues about the bus stopping and taking up one of those lanes. It makes, I completely understand where you're coming from on that. So, Mr. Marsh, thank you very much for providing all the information regarding the parking on Malley. Providing the numbers and what it used to be and the fact that some of that is now public parking that used to be right there with, is the Ox? I'm trying to think of the facility that's right there. You mentioned it a couple of times, but I just appreciate you providing that visual and just the fact that there are events like excursions that actually does eat up a lot of that parking during time. So I will be asking staff to patrol and enforce some of the lots. You said once a day, so that should be doable. Mr. Reynolds, thank you very much for speaking to, I believe it might be a timing light issue. There you are. So I think it's just that red light where it's just, there seems to be a timing. I think we do follow that. Mr. Reynolds, your time is up. So, but I'll find out from Public Works whether or not we are doing that timing, that red light timing. It may be the other way though, from what you're specifying, but I'll look into that as well. Mr. Rutledge, thank you very much for speaking to at least the food bank, some of the traffic calming measures regarding St. Mary's and how they have a composite list. I did want to speak to the radar though. That is not one of the traffic calming items that we're considering as part of this project. So no radar, it is basically just infrastructure that we're talking about at this point. And Ms. McCoy, thank you very much for speaking to some of the issues with the planners. We are going to be speaking to the water rates later on tonight as part of, as you mentioned, part of the resolution. It's not an ordinance, but that is something that we will be discussing later on tonight. So, but I did want to make that council request for, yeah, if I could just get some information on when the redundancy program of Oxford and Clarkson is going to be complete, just because I do believe that may be the big hole that Mr. Disimo may be speaking to. And I think that's it in terms of council requests on my side. Anyone else have anything to add? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. And I just want to thank everyone for coming. I just have a question for you, Ms. Worthy. You cannot answer it, but I just want you to shake your head. Did you file a police report on that accident? Have you been able to get a copy of the accident report? Thank you. I want to get a copy of that accident report. And I have a couple other council requests. As I think there's another thing going on with what Mr. DeSimone talked to us about, because I've been traveling back and forth between Clarkson and Bellevue and Dartmouth. And in that area of District 3, you take the detour and you get to another street. You cannot get through any street in District 3. And so I think we need to finish one project before we keep closing all the streets off. And I just think we need to look at organizing that a little better. I think I already asked this, council request for the accidents that was down there. Also, I would like to know if we can, this is a council request, enforce the parking in the Mallee lots at least once per day. I think that's a reasonable request. And I thank you all for coming out. I thank you, Ms. McCoy, for this information, and I think you brought up some good points.
Thank you very much, Member Russell, on that. So you're speaking to like a traffic control issue then on Clarkson. That's what it sounds like to me, right?
Well, what originally happened was there was a little section so the southbound traffic could come through. Now the whole intersection is closed off, so you have to go around. And if you're going north, you still had to, you could not go back that way.
I appreciate that. Thanks for the clarification. All right, Member Prang.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone that came out to speak. I live right near the beloved Oxford and Clarkson work that's going on. It does feel like a lot, and I do think that, you know, some mindfulness about how do we strike the right balance of getting the work done that we need to get done, and how do we also make navigating the city accessible in any way at this point. I did want to, on Mr. DeSimone's concerns on the city sprinklers being on when it rains, I think that's something worthy of looking into. I think that's a legitimate ask, that if we're asking residents to voluntarily not water, why are we not following the same rules? I'm imagining most of our sprinklers have some sort of timing system or something, but I don't know how that's addressed, but something to look into. I also wanted to provide information. I had a resident reach out while we were talking to provide details on the summer drama program, which will be Friday, July 24th through Sunday, July 26th, each night at 7 p.m. At the high school or the tech campus. Ms. Worthy, I would love for you to reach out to me directly, and I just want to hear more about kind of the situation in the area, just to understand the bigger picture a little bit better. I specifically am concerned that you feel that you can't get your grandchild to essential services because of your experience of the neighborhood right now. So if you wouldn't mind, could you reach out to me, and I'd be glad to have a conversation about that. Mr. Kozak, nice to see you. We haven't seen you in a while. Miss Rutledge, I don't really have specific comments in response to what you said, but I just wanted to comment on how nice it was to see something that you did earlier. I just noticed that when Mr. Kozak came back into the room, you got up and offered your seat to him. And I just think that's a really nice example of how we should be taking care of one another and be aware of our surroundings. So thank you always when you're here to make public comment. You're just always a pleasant person to interact with, and I appreciate that. Ms. McCoy, it did seem that you didn't have enough time to share all of your comments. So if you would like to send the rest of your comments to council, I would appreciate that, just to be able to hear the rest of it. And I appreciate the foresight on the planters and some of those pieces that we might not have as much expertise on, and having just shared ownership and eyes on taking care of our spaces. Is this also a good time to go into council members' choice? Okay, I have a couple of things. One, just a reminder that I will be out the next 2 Mondays. I'll be out of the country. So we'll be missing for a few meetings. And then I did want to address this evening, there was a Englewood Herald or Littleton Independent article regarding the grant application that it was submitted to the EDDA. I have received some emails and seen a lot of social media commentary, and a lot of people really upset about this request. So I did some digging, and I had some conversation with city attorney to just kind of understand better the legalities around the situation. And I also listened to the April meeting where there was a discussion had on it. There are a lot of people that are upset that it doesn't feel fair that a particular religious organization would be in receipt of a pretty significant ask of money. I believe from what I understood from the conversation during the meeting, this is the largest ask to date for this program. And also that there's not sufficient funding currently in the program to be able to honor the request. I tend to be a pretty strong believer in separation of church and state. And despite that, there are some nuances. So in my understanding from conversation with city attorney, we cannot discriminate specifically based on religion. While our Colorado Constitution does prohibit using public funding for purposes that support religious activities, there is a Supreme Court case that has given opinion that is maybe contrary to that. And so, essentially, I just want to encourage the board of the EDDA to finish their next conversation strongly in consideration in the direction that it sounded like they were heading, which was some policy change to provide clarity on what types of businesses can be supported by this grant program and what organizations cannot, to make it very clear for the public so that everyone understands that the decision on that is not city council's to make, it's the board of the EDDA, but the TIF funds are monies that would otherwise come into the city coffers. And so I just feel like council can and perhaps should have some influence in just encouraging clarity around what the policy should and shouldn't be. I heard a lot of comments in that April meeting about perhaps avoiding controversy, if you will, on funding nonprofit organizations or religious organizations where there may be discriminating against one another, or advocacy issues that could be kind of hot fire issues that come up, and maybe taking a path that would avoid that and solely supporting for-profit private businesses with those funds. So just wanted to highlight that issue going on with the city. I feel like we haven't had much conversation on that. And I also encourage members of the public to either share their thoughts with us and to show up to the May 27th meeting. Mayor, do you know what time that meeting is? At 4:30 on May 27th to give your thoughts and share your ideas on how, tax revenue funds should be used throughout the city, and there just being a sense of equitable and thoughtful use of tax dollars, even though those are EDDA dollars. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Prain. Do you mind if I provide a quick response, or at least add a little bit to that? Because just real quick. No, so and I'll give Mr. Summerson or Member Summerson, I'll get to you next. A lot of what you said is correct. The things that I do want to point out, though, is that there is enough in the budget to cover what the ask was if they were to move in that direction. But that application that was submitted is no longer being considered by the DDA. I think that was a decision made last meeting as well. But you're right, the conversations now is just about basically just aligning any type of grants to city practice, in a sense, and just making sure that we happen to have a discussion in terms of how this or future funding should be used. Because it's always been meant to improve the safety, the walkability of the areas in order to activate the areas. So whether or not what was being asked actually does that was one of the pain points that the board had last round. So that discussion will be happening in terms of the city policies, or in order for it to align with city policy, is going to be a week from Wednesday at 4:30 at Court. on South Broadway. So, but just wanted to make everyone aware that that's where we stand.
Okay. I heard it a little bit differently in that last meeting. So I did hear that there was a pause on the application. I'm not sure that I heard like clarity that the application was no longer in play and that it was paused until final consideration of the policy changes. And it also sounds like perhaps in the April meeting, it sounded like majority support of moving in a particular direction, but that the group wanted the full body present to make that final decision. So I'm not sure that that feels finalized to the public, and it certainly didn't to me. And I guess the other piece that I feel is relevant to the conversation and really stood out to me was, providing those TIF dollars to improvement projects for an entity that would not then continue to generate TIF money for the city.
Exactly.
And that was a point that was brought up in that conversation. I'm not sure who the woman was that brought that point up, but I thought it was a very distinguishing piece of the conversation that, giving dollars to a nonprofit that's not going to then continue to generate that didn't seem like a fair and equitable use of the dollars. So that's all I have.
Yep.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And then I'll go to Member Summerson, and then, unless you wanted to add to this conversation, Member Russell.
I have gotten a couple of emails as well, and I agree with everything that Member Prang said. I absolutely do agree that that money would be much better spent for businesses that will actually attract revenue into the city. So,
thank you, Member
thank
Russell.
you.
Yep. Member Summerson.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for everyone who spoke. Folks who may take their first opportunity to us can be extremely nerve-wracking. I wanted to thank the mayor on his past follow-up and Member Russell role loss that and we should be making that a lot to mitigate any issues there. I do have a separate council request. I feel like we've heard a number of times now about traffic light timing around the city, and so my request is to understand the outline of how we review traffic light timing throughout the city, if there's a cadence to that. So I'd just like more information on that. It's come up about Broadway and Dartmouth at the traffic calming meeting a couple weeks ago, and then of course tonight. So I'd like to understand a little bit more about that. And then just I want to thank Chief Jackson and Director Weitsky. I was part of the new employee bus tour this past Tuesday, so I got a chance to jump on the bus with some of the new employees for the city, see the facilities around. They did an excellent job leading the tour, and so did all of the directors and other folks who we met along the way. So just appreciated the opportunity to tag along on that. I think it's a great program, and I'm glad that it's continuing to improve and expand.
All right. Anyone else for council members' choice? All right. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, everyone, for that. And I guess we're now going to consent agenda items. I have 2 items pulled, 9B1 and 9C2. Any others? All right. Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9A1, 9B2, 3, 4, and 5, and 9C1 and 3?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Prang. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Summerson. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Summerson.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
And Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you very much. Member Russell, you asked a question on 9B1. We have our Director of South Platte Renew, Peter Van Rye.
Yeah, I believe the question was related to the removal of that section about shutting off water in case violations were found in the full removal and reverting back to the original language on that section, which is what we did. That is what we shifted. That's what we went with in terms of that change. The memo just still referenced it because it was just it was just an oversight of leaving the reference in there because we actually reverted the whole section back to the original language.
Okay, I thought we did too, but I just wanted to make sure because I didn't want to vote and have that in there and then really be upset. So,
Yes. I'm just going to verify this with our city attorney.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
okay, thank you very much, because I didn't want people's water shut off if they were watering on the wrong day.
Yes.
Right, thank you.
Member Summerson.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Member Russell for pulling that one out. I had the same question, just making sure that it, in fact, was reverted back to the original language. So thank you.
Any further questions from council? All right, can I get a motion to approve CB 35?
I move to approve CB 35.
Thank you, Member Russell. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Summerson. Any further comments? Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Summerson.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
And Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you very much. We're moving on to 9C2. I'm not sure who this question is being directed to. I see Tony Arnaldi coming up, our event supervisor. Member Russell, you had a question regarding the fee waiver request.
I do. Thank you, Ms. Arnaldi. So what is the estimated income that this company will make on this event?
Hi, I'm Tony Arnoldi, Englewood City Event Supervisor, and thank you for the question. So there is not a projected income at all, especially with this being the first year. We're very hopeful that in years to come it will continue to grow and that it will start to be a revenue generator. But as of right now, this is just the first step of a new partnership that we can hopefully turn it into a revenue generating, because as you know, most of our events are free events, so there isn't a huge revenue generator. So at this point, there is $0 revenue being expected.
Okay, so it's not something they're going to make money on. They're just organizing the event and they'll get different people there, or?
Yeah, so they have a large following. They used to do the Kris Kringle Market in Denver. And so they'll bring a lot of people here that wouldn't have normally been here. And any funds that they do make goes towards the nonprofit that they are part of, and that's called The Village. And the purpose of the nonprofit is to have all-inclusive, engaging Englewood events, because they're both native and live around here. So that's what the preface of their nonprofit is.
Okay, so are they from Englewood?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, for now, I'm okay with this, but why did we move away from what we've done in the past? Like, did the chamber used to run the Christmas, or who did the Christmas event?
We've always done it. It was at Malley for a while, and then it got too big, and we were in violation of fire code, and so we needed to move it a little bit. So we brought it over here 2 years ago, and then we partnered it with the tree lighting, and that was just to do more on the same day instead of having a lot of individual events. And so we're kind of looking at this because of what we're saving, not what we're making. This would take a huge lift off of our finances and our staff for all the different things that they have to do throughout the whole year. And this is the end of the year, a lot of holidays and stuff like that. So we're tight on staff. So we're looking at it more of what we'll be saving versus what we'll be making.
Okay, all right. Well, then I didn't know that we were going to make that much off of it, but thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Of course, thank you.
Any further questions on 9C2? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9C2?
I move to approve 9C2.
Thank you, Member Russell. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Summerson.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
And Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Tony. All right, moving on to 11A1. We have Council Bill 33, updated IGA with Arapahoe County for public safety radio usage. Chief of Police Dave Jackson. Chief, were you waiting for us to take a break, or? You weren't ready. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, and you're correct. I was not ready. Sorry about that. Yes, what we are outlining tonight is simply a renewal of our IGA. Right. The only significant change is that Arapahoe County would like this to be an auto renewal. I think just for the record, this is simply our 911 radio in order for cars to talk to one another and for 911 dispatchers to dispatch cars. This is not a technology or data storage type platform. There's no money or anything as administrative to allow this to auto renew.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chief. Any questions from members of council? Member Russell, go ahead.
So does this have anything to do with, I mean, it's contract, right, was signed as of January of 2026?
I believe it was actually, I thought
I'd be happy to weigh in. I believe this is the contract that came to council previously, but you had concerns that it stated it was effective January 1 at the top. So there's a new version in the packet in front of you. Instead, the date isn't January 1 because it previously said at the very top that the agreement was entered into January 1, which isn't the case given we're approving it potentially on May 18th. So the new version is, I'm giving you a page number to scroll down. It's on page 324 of your packet where it has blanks for the date as to when the contract is entered into. And then we added a paragraph at the bottom of it, page 327 of your packet, and we redlined it so you could see that new language. It states that it's retroactive to January 1 as far as our ability to use the radios because we have been using the radios since January 1. So it more accurately reflects the practice of the parties, accurately reflects the effective date, and demonstrates that we have been having this relationship since January 1, 2026.
Thank you.
Any further questions from members of council? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11A1?
Move to approve 11A1.
Thank you very much, Member Praying. Could I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Summerson.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
And Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Chief, thank you so much. Moving on to Council Bill 42, this is 11A2. This is agreements with the City of Littleton for City Ditch Piping Project, the Reach 2A. We have our Deputy Director of Business Solutions and Engineering, Sarah Stone. Good evening, Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to present the Reach 2A agreements for the City Ditch Piping Project. All of these agreements are with the City of Englewood. You saw similar agreements about a year ago before we started construction in Reach 3, which is also entirely in the City of Littleton. So the background of this particular Reach, so this Reach is in the City of Littleton entirely. We have had challenges with the alignment, so it's had several redesigns due to easement challenges with BNSF. We were unable to secure an easement that gave us the comfort that we wanted for our raw water delivery system through City Ditch. There's also challenges in this Reach with stormwater for the City of Littleton once the development here in this area near the Reach 2 label in this map was constructed, stormwater was flowed into City Ditch. There's also several inlets in this Reach 2A area that flow into City Ditch as well. So we are dealing with some stormwater issues through coordination with the city of Littleton. We decided to break this up into 2 reaches. So reach 2A is everything north of the St. Mary's property, and then reach 2 is everything south. The reason we did that is because reach 2A is ready to go under construction, and reach 2B will require additional coordination with the city of Littleton. So the agreements that we are requesting consideration for tonight, there's 4 of them. The first is the temporary construction easement agreement with Littleton. So this is effective only during construction of Reach 2A, and it grants access for Littleton contractor to go in for construction and staging along that reach. The second agreement is relinquishment of grant and easements. So that relinquishes any of the city ditch easements that to the city of Littleton for Reach 2 that we will no longer need because the alignment slightly changed. Actually, I'll go back to the map here. The black line that's straight lined along that Reach 2 area, that's the new proposed alignment. The blue is the existing city ditch alignment. So we're straight lining the pipe through that area, and then those areas in blue will be granted back to the city of Littleton. The third agreement is an intergovernmental agreement with the city of Littleton, and that one will only be only effective during construction. There's existing stormwater inlets that I mentioned that will need to be rerouted during construction so that those terms are within this IGA. There's also a tree mitigation fee developed by the city of Littleton that we've agreed to pay as part of the construction of this reach. Littleton has also asked that we flash fill some existing abandoned sections of pipe. That's so that they don't have ongoing risk or needs of maintenance in those areas. The city of Littleton is also considering preserving the Lee Gulch flume, which is in this reach. If you'll recall, last year through the IGA with Littleton for Reach 3, we decided to give the city of Littleton essentially the cost to preserve the Slaughterhouse Gulch flume. 2 weeks ago, Stephanie Ellis, the project manager, and I were at Littleton's city council meeting where we were also discussing these agreements. They made the request, the council made the request to us to consider doing the same thing again, where we're not demolishing the Lee Gulch flume. They're still deciding whether or not they want to keep it or have us demolish it, and asked if we would consider giving them the cost to demolish it, which is roughly $83,000. That's the estimate from the contractor. We discussed that at Water Sewer Board last week, and Water Sewer Board was supportive, so that particular provision has been added to the IGA. So once the city of Littleton makes that decision, we would either transfer those funds, but only if they decide to keep the flume, or we would use those funds to demolish the flume. So it's essentially a cost neutral for the project. We also, in that IGA, there's also provisions in there for Reach 2 additional coordination with Littleton for Reach 2 design and construction, including their ultimate stormwater solution. There is quite a lot of stormwater that flows into City Ditch. One of the reasons that we wanted to do this project, that Littleton will need to invest heavily into their system. So we are doing as much as we can to help coordinate that with them, also understanding that we need to pipe our ditch as we have intended. The final agreement is a quick claim deed. So that releases all infrastructure and responsibility from the city of Englewood in these areas that we're transferring back to the city of Littleton, does that through that quick claim deed. These agreements were discussed with the Water and Sewer Board and approved at its May 12th meeting. We do have additional agreements regarding Reach 2 that will be coming before council in the next several months. One is the construction contract. We anticipate bringing that this summer. And there's also additional easement agreements and construction agreements with BNSF, Littleton Cemetery Association, and St. Mary's that we will also bring to Water Sewer Board and to council. And then we anticipate that Reach 2 construction mobilization will begin in fall 2026. And then we will continue to coordinate with Littleton moving forward. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director Stone. Any questions for members of council? Member Bethel, go ahead.
Ms. Stone, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate this project and all the work that you're putting into it. We're all very excited for it to be done and for us to see the improvements. Just a quick question. For the tree mitigation fee, is that a broad fee for all of the trees in the area that need to be mitigated, or is it specifically like per tree?
That's more of there's been coordination with the project teams, but it's more of that broad area in Reach 2A. So our staff and Littleton staff went out and evaluated the construction limits, and they calculated that tree mitigation fee based on, they have a formula that they use based on our impact for construction.
Thank you.
Any further questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11A2?
I'll move to approve 11A2.
Thank you, Member Bethel. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Praying. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Praying.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Summerson.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
And Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you so much. We're moving on to ordinances on second reading. We have 11B1, which is amend municipal code to expand and allow trash pickups by small trucks. We have City Attorney Tamara Niles. Anything new to add, City Attorney Niles?
Just a few things. In response to council's comments and concerns, I did drive to Kent Village to see if this ordinance would allow them to have additional trash pickup, and it would. I also confirmed that through the definition of alleyways in our land use code. In addition, I very unscientifically go around and just look down alleys and to see if the trucks, the expanded pickup for the smaller trucks allowed by this proposed ordinance would be prohibited by utility lines. And these trucks are about the size of a UPS truck or a small box truck. And so for my, again, very small sampling of just visual driving and looking, I did not see any alleys where these trucks wouldn't be able to drive down for expanded pickup. That said, it would be up to each company, should they wish to pursue an expanded pickup, to ensure the proposed alleyway is suitable for that.
Thank you very much, City Attorney Niles. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
So do we have any idea how many of these trucks we are going to allow and how many days of the week they will be driving?
The proposed ordinance would allow the smaller trucks to service trash from alleyways on any weekday. So Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Currently, pickups are only allowed on Monday, Wednesday. How many providers will avail themselves of that? We don't know.
Okay, so they're only gonna, are they gonna be allowed to also pick up on Monday and Wednesday when the other trucks are in the area?
Yes.
Is that possible that it could cause a problem for us? You can answer that question if you can.
Well, they can do it now. They all can pick up on Monday, Wednesdays. Alleyways, regular streets, big trucks, small trucks. They're all currently operating Monday and Wednesday. So by expanding the small trucks to also Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, we anticipate that if there is congestion, it would alleviate some of that, because if they are having issues getting into the alleyways due to the larger trucks, they could move to an alternative day of the week.
Okay. I just find this very interesting because we've been talking about this problem for maybe 10 years or more. And one of the biggest complaints was all the miles that we're putting on our streets. And now we're adding more vehicles to the streets. Now, these may not create as much of a problem as the bigger trash trucks because they're not as heavy.
That's what we anticipate, yes. The UPS trucks and small box trucks are already on our streets every day of the week delivering packages. So, of course, once they're filled with trash, they will be heavier than that. But we don't anticipate it will have the same impact on our streets as a very large, full trash.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
City Attorney Niles, I think one of the arguments that was made for the Tuesday, Thursday, Friday was the fact that they're not able to pick up on Monday and Wednesday just based off of their small fleet. I think that was the original reason why we're seeing a 5-day a week for these smaller trucks. Is that right?
Well, the original concern, and Councilmember Bethel may correct me if I'm wrong, was that this specific HOA, their alleyways and their carts were so small that they needed more trash pickup. However, trash providers are working throughout the metro, and they're all limited to various days of the week. So they were requesting, could they get expanded trash service in their neighborhood on additional days of the week for these small trucks? And then as we started to analyze it, we realized that expanding it citywide could bring more competition to town, could bring down trash rates for our citizens.
Right. And then the other aspect of this is they will only be able to pick up in alleys, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Any further questions for members of council? All right. Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11B1?
I move to approve 11B1.
Thank you, Member Bethel. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments? Member Ward.
Some of you may recall my no vote being a 6-1 no vote on first reading on this. I've since had some time to reconsider that particular no vote and think about some of my base values regarding free market and when government should or shouldn't interfere in the ability to conduct commerce. So I will be voting yes on this tonight. As a reminder, if this does not work out well, we have the ability to change the policy in the future back to what it was or what it is presently.
Thank you, Member Ward. I'll reiterate my concern. I will be voting in support of this, but my concern is just the fact that I've been wanting to go down to less trucks, not more. But understanding the issues at hand, I will be in support of this, but as Member Ward stated, if it's something that we are able or see an issue with in the future, then we can always make a change at that point. So with that, I don't see any further comments. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Summerson.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
And Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you so much. Moving on to 11C1, we have a motion for a modification to the existing contract with Energy Services Group. We have our Director of Public Works, Victor Rochelle.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Victor Rochelle, Director of Public Works. Sorry, I'm going to scroll through here. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to do a brief introduction, and then I'm going to turn it over to our consultant. So we're here tonight to talk about the contract that was approved by City Council and in progress. The measurement and verification and contingency are included in the contract, but tonight we're here to provide some additional clarification around that and the payment amounts and how that functions. The issue we're trying to correct tonight is the fixed limit cost of construction in the existing contract and the maximum contract price are equal, which do not allow for that delta of measurement and verification or contingency. Per the state requirements, the measurement and verification and contingency are not supposed to be included in the fixed limit of construction. The measurement and verification specifically is done after the project is completed and therefore can't be included in that line item because it hasn't been done yet. As initially planned with the project, the measurement and verification is proposed to be paid from the savings of the energy efficiency, so there's no additional cost to the city. It was always planned to come out of that savings from the improvements. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Niffy with ESG to go over where we are with the project and the implementation that's gone in place and moving forward, and then to touch on a little bit more about the measurement and verification item. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I think we got a couple new ones from me here, so good evening. I'm Niffy Warrior. I'm with Energy Systems Group. We have been working with the city for almost 4 or 5 years now on helping to upgrade your facilities and move forward with energy efficiency. For this evening, as Victor mentioned, we're going to be going over not, can you hear me now? Is that better? Okay, I want to like get right on. All right. So this evening, we're going to be going over what the project is. Just a general, this is what it is. It's new to some of you, but it'll be a reminder for others, where we are in construction. And then really the point of what we're talking about tonight, the measurement and verification, and then a contract amendment. So that's what we'll be going over tonight. Please feel free to interrupt me. Some of this stuff is dense, and that's okay. I'm more than willing to unpack it for you.
Niffy, I was going to say, is like, if we could get to the end and then we'll ask questions at that point.
Sure, sounds good. So project overview, our key objectives were replacing end-of-life HVAC equipment and doing that by leveraging savings from energy efficiency, also standardizing equipment across the city and reducing the overall utility and operational costs. As you can see at the top, the maximum contract price, it's the turnkey price of implementing this project with including the measurement and verification. We've got great savings from this project, $140,000 a year. And we'll recall that a good chunk of this project is also coming from other sources. So we've got the PHA grant, that's actually what it's called, for $250,000. We have the Inflation Reduction Act of $500,000 for solar, and also some funds from ARA were used to help with this project as well. Overall, saving 12.7% on your utility. As I mentioned, here's the scope of the project. That is a bit of an eye chart. I hope you had a chance to look at that in your packets beforehand. The yellow are mainly the items that are going to be efficiency and operational upgrades. Those are what we use to help leverage to pay for the HVAC upgrades, and those are end-of-life replacements. So in particular, buildings like Malley, Recreation Center, Jefferson Fire Station, and Acoma Fire Station, those units were on their last legs, and we wanted to make sure we were able to replace those with more efficient units before they fail and avoid having to make catastrophic replacements. And I'll turn it over real quickly to my colleague.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Christina Ottoby. I am the Senior Construction Project Manager for this particular project. And as you can see, we are in the process of executing this work. In the first column, you can see the work that we have completed to date. So we started earlier this year. We've been able to complete the lighting and controls work, the building envelope, and the water conservation. As a matter of fact, starting this week, we will be working on that end-of-life work that Niffy mentioned, starting the HVAC at Jefferson and Acoma Fire Departments. Later this summer, we are going to work toward completing the HVAC work for Malley Rec Center and the Rec Center as well. We also have solar projects coming up at the end of the summer, and we will have this done before the fall this year. And so then at the end, once my part of this is done, we move into the commissioning to make sure that these, as this was designed, that we have installed it as it was designed. And then we move back into measurement verification. So then I'll turn it back over to Niffy to wrap this up. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you. So today we're going to get into the basics of measurement verification and also the benefits of measurement verification. Not to read to you, but one of the things that we talked about a couple of years ago was that the savings from this project are guaranteed. And my company, if we don't deliver the savings on energy and utilities and operational savings, then we have to write you a check to make up the difference. M&V is the process by which we prove to you that we've actually saved the energy that we guarantee. So that's kind of what that is. It also has some great other objectives. It's ongoing communication, so we're able to keep just in touch with city staff. We don't just walk away and say, hey, good luck, I hope your buildings are working well. We're going to be around for at least 3 years checking in on performance. We get to prove that performance, as I said. That helps to sustain the project savings. One of the things is if we aren't monitoring something, they say the cat's away, the mice will play. If you're not watching it and making sure that the systems are operating, your savings can start to slip. And it also gives us an opportunity to reveal additional savings as we're tracking the project. In layman's terms, this is like a quick calculus lesson, but the blue line, that's what your utility costs were before we did our audit. That is the baseline is what we call that. At the end of construction is when we'll start the performance period, and that green line below that, that's what your new costs are going to be. The space in between that, that's the savings from the project that we're guaranteeing. And the M&V is to go through each of the measures that we've implemented and prove that you're actually getting those savings on an ongoing basis. So why we're here tonight is to make an amendment to the contract. Right now, the way that the contract is worded, or a particular table in the contract for compensation, shows the maximum contract price as being equal to the fixed limited cost of construction. At the same time, we have definitions that show that those cannot be equal. The consequences of that are that the contingency funds in the project are currently in the maximum contract price as tied to the fixed limited cost of construction, which removes in some ways the city's ability to actually direct where your contingency dollars go. And that's to the tune of almost $300,000. Additionally, the Colorado Energy Office, as part of this contract, requires that we perform 3 years of measurement and verification. We can't just say, hey, you got your savings, good luck. We have to actually demonstrate it, not only to you, but to the Energy Office. So they have third-party reviewers at the Energy Office who will make sure that our project is actually performing as well. Those fees are for a service, so they can't be part of the construction project. They have to be paid for after you receive them or as you receive those services. And they are actually covered through the savings. So there's a cash flow at the end of this presentation that will show that how that's paid for out of the savings for those 3 years. Also, in order for the guarantee to be in place, the contract says that we must be performing measurement and verification. That is to say that the city would not be able to come to us and say, hey, we don't think we're getting our savings. We would like you to pay the difference or make up for the missed savings. We are unable to do that if we're not performing ongoing measurement and verification. And this is, in effect, like what we're trying to make sure we're getting is the value of what your investment has been. The return on that is $6.2 million in savings over 20 years. So highlighting what we're trying to change here, there are 2 line items, the MCP, or the maximum contract price, and then the fixed limit of construction cost. So what we've ostensibly done is we've taken from that fixed limited construction cost, we've removed the 287 from that. So that goes down to the bottom line, so it's properly allocated for, and it's not inside of the fixed limited cost of construction. And then we add in the 51,000 in M&V fees to the top line where the maximum contract price was. Originally on the left side, you can see most of the numbers are the same. The real problem is that we have the top line as equal to the fixed limited cost of construction. So what we're able to do here is rectify that and make sure that just some of the internal inconsistencies in the contract are cleared up and get to where we want to. I'm not going to read this to you, obviously you have it in front of you, but these are the definitions from the contract. I've got them up here for folks if they'd like to look at them and understand, particularly that last line underneath fixed limit cost of construction. It shows that it does not include the contingency funds or the M&V. So that's where we run into that problem when we have the MCP is equal to the FLC. Eye chart, really small numbers up there. But what you'll see is that the measurement and verification, those are the red numbers in the middle there. That's a fee that's coming out of the savings each year. But on the far right corner, you'll see, or the far right side, that column, you'll see the annual cash flow. That shows that the savings that are on the left half of that table are all being paid for to cover your financing payments and the measurement and verification, and you're still net positive each year by $1. That's actually required by law for us to do a project with you, is that you're net positive each year, including the measurement and verification. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions from members of council? Member Ward.
I have a couple of questions. Sure. First, I just want to make sure I understand the ask here tonight. So I'll restate what I think is happening. We're not being asked for more money. The amount of money that we're putting forward isn't changing. We're just altering the payment schedule to sort of fix some accounting that we missed in the first stage. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. My second question is relative to measurement and verification, because I also want to make sure I understand this. You mentioned a 3-year window for measurement and verification of savings.
There's a minimum of 3 years required by law, and you can run measurement and verification for the life of the project.
If we chose to do that, though, we would have to pay for.
You would need to continue to pay for that service. We also have the opportunity. I'm a nerd. I started my career in M&V, so I love this stuff. But we can rearrange the M&V plan. Like, we don't need to continue looking at your light bulbs. We can say, hey, these are good, and that can reduce what the fee is. And we'll say, hey, I really only want you to focus on the HVAC systems. Let's focus on that. That's what we paid the most money for. Let's make sure that that's still working. So we're not stuck to the current pricing, but yes, to have that guarantee and to have us continue doing those services, there would be additional.
I think that's one of the things that concerns me a little bit, but I see the Director of Public Works behind you, so.
Oh, sure.
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. Maybe just to add to NIFI's response. So 3 years are what we're looking to include. So to your question, if we wanted to add more, it's something we could certainly explore, but there would be additional cost to do that.
Okay. As I understand it, the primary cost for energy in any building is typically related to the weather inside the building, which correlates directly to the weather outside the building. And that's kind of why I'm wondering if a 3-year window is adequate for measurement and verification, because if the weather changes naturally on its own, our costs may increase or decrease based upon that change.
Certainly, and that's why, so in the regime for doing measurement and verification, there's this organization called the Efficiency Valuation Organization. They develop a paradigm that has 4 different ways of measuring and verifying things, and that's one of the primary things that they want to account for is the fact that the weather is not the same every year. So what we do is we take a model, a TMY3, so a typical meteorological year, and we say in the typical meteorological year, TMY year, this is what the outdoor air temperatures are, and this is what the humidity is, and we run a model against that. It's like an 760-hour model, so every hour of the year, and we agree that if this is what the average weather is, and that we've installed our systems to operate appropriately, that on the average over the life of the 20 years of this project, you're going to achieve savings.
So if we're calculating our savings based on our actual bills, and we have 3 years of odd weather, how does that calibrate?
Well, I think it goes in 2 different ways. So sometimes you're going to have hotter years, and you're going to be running more air conditioning and have higher electricity costs. Sometimes you're going to have, and then in that same year, you might not be heating as much in the winter. So that there is an option that's called option C, where we can do a direct measurement of your utility bills, and then we adjust that with a model to make it into a typical meteorological year. So some people think that that's black magic. They're just like, oh, my bill went up, but I'm still saving. So that's why we like to look at, hey, these are the key parameters that we actually changed in your project. We had a system that had this efficiency, and we've gone to this efficiency. So on average, you're always going to be getting the savings that we guarantee.
Okay, I don't really want to belabor this any further. That's curious to me because I think of like strictly numbers.
Yes.
Right? Like how big is the check I have to write to Excel every year? And it sounds like our savings may not be calculated on that actual number. There may be some other factors that go into that, regardless of whether or not we're actually spending less on the energy on an annual basis.
I can see how it can look that way, and I would love to actually, if it's a possibility, I can come back and do more of a presentation on what exactly measurement verification is, or just for you, Member Ward, if that's something you'd be interested in.
That would only be worth your time if my peers are interested in it, honestly. If it's just me, don't worry about it. Thank you.
Councilmember Ward, if I could just maybe again add on to NIFI's response. Another thing to keep in mind, a lot of these units that we're replacing are beyond the end of life. So air conditioning, for instance, whatever the SEER rating is, we are not getting that. These things are 20, 30 years old. So immediately replacing these with more efficient units, both heating, cooling, and then some of our insulation are going to yield substantial savings right out and efficiency right out the gate.
Are we including maintenance costs?
Yes, that's all built into the cost of the model that they've put together.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
So one question, just NIFI or Victor. So I know we're saying that this is offset, but I am noticing in the financial implications, it does say that there is a $51,623 increase in the maximum contract price to account for the 3 years of the state required M&V. So there is a change. There is a net change on the contract.
There is. So the top line number that is paid is $51,000 higher for the maximum contract price. The price of implementing this project has not changed.
Okay.
And the cash flow for this project has not changed. It's a clerical error that happened where those two numbers were set to equal as opposed to accounting for them correctly.
Okay. All right. So it's just the way that we worded it within the financial implications.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Member Prank.
Thank you. I'm trying to get clear in my head on how this works too, and it doesn't feel like just a clerical error to me. So I understand that the tracking and all of that needs to be separated from the the contract, we are increasing the total amount of the contract. And when Member Ward asked you if it kind of netted out in some way, you said yes. But am I understanding that it nets out eventually in the savings? So if we weren't to realize the projected savings over time, then it would net out as far as us being able to ask you for the $51,000?
You can ask us for much more than the $51,000.
Right.
Yes. So the way that it nets out is the actual cost of implementing the project has not changed, and the savings, in addition to your capital contribution, will pay for the project over 20 years. They also pay for the measurement and verification. The mistake that was made and I always have to take, as your contractor, I'm taking full responsibility for the mistake in this contract, is that we have the MCP as equal to the FLCC, the first line equal to the third line. And there are specific definitions that the Colorado Energy Office gives us for what goes in each of those cells. And there was an error in entering those. But that number, that $6,610,000, that has always been the turnkey cost of implementing this project, and it has not changed. What we are doing is, there's another table below this in the contract. What we are doing is clarifying that the annual measurement verification is separate from construction, and so the maximum contract price is greater than the construction price.
Yeah, I don't know. That just still doesn't sit right with me. And there's a part of me that feels like in order to access the guarantee, now we have to increase the contract price. I'm not sure that I'm completely following or understanding your explanation of it kind of all shaking out the same. And I'm also relatively uncomfortable with the idea that in order to use our contingency funds, that we now have to add money into the upfront cost of the project in order to tap into what we've set aside that should be our money to do what we want with. And so that's all tied together, and that feels uncomfortable to me as well.
I'll say the first thing, one of the biggest drivers for me was that it didn't sit well with me that the contingency was in the MCP. That was one of the things that bothered me the most. I didn't want someone to come back years later and say, well, they just took $300,000 from us. And that's one of the key remedies that we have here is the FLCC is monies that the city is meant to pay to my firm. It should not include the contingency. Right now it does. So this removes it from that so that we're only getting paid for what we are building, and that you have your contingency dollars available to you to retain or to use to add scope or to remedy any other issues that might come about. So that's one of the most important factors here, is moving that contingency out of the FLCC as well. I haven't focused on that as much because the delta that you're seeing is, there's $51,000 more over the life of the contract. So that's been where I've given most of my focus. Does that help at all?
Kind of.
Okay.
Just to be honest. Thank you for your answers, though.
Member Russell.
Thank you. So in that question, does this mean ultimately we're going to get $51,623 less in savings than we originally were guaranteed?
If we were to keep the contract as, first of all, thank you, Member Russell. If we were to keep the contract as it is right now and not deliver measurement and verification, you would receive the full savings for the 3 years that were meant to pay for M&V. So you'd actually be retaining $51,000 more of the savings over those 3 years by not paying for M&V. But also by not paying for M&V, our guarantee is no longer in place, and we're unable to verify for you that you are getting savings.
Okay, so I guess my question is then, the lion's share of our savings is coming from the replacement of the HVAC. Is that correct? All these other things will save us some, but not to the extent the HVAC replacements.
Member Russell, the majority of the savings are actually coming from the other measures. HVAC is a very highly capital intensive measure. So there's not a lot of savings there. So what we try to do is balance out things like LED lighting that have a lot lower cost and higher savings to help pay for the HVAC that has a much higher cost and lower savings.
Okay. That makes sense. But if we're only, I guess my question is, this $51,000 will increase the length of our relationship with you also. I mean, the 3 years we could have had, so the 3 years, I mean, going beyond the 3 years is what the $51,000 is costing.
The $51,000 is only for the first 3 years, which are required by the Colorado Energy Office. The decision to engage further and do more years of measurement verification beyond year 3, that's a separate conversation altogether, and we're not talking about any dollars or commitments to go towards that.
Okay, because right now our commitment really is only for 3 years
Yes,
on
ma'am.
both sides,
Yes,
even
ma'am.
with the 51,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for members of council? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C1?
Mayor, if I could real quick.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. Just to close out, thank you for all the questions and the discussion today. So Councilmember Russell's question about the 51,000 is a great question. Thank you, Niffy, for the response. So yes, if the contract is not approved tonight, the 51,000 stays with the city. There is language in the current contract about M&V, and again, we're trying to clarify and correct the dollar amounts and get them into the right buckets and make sure that that's accounted for in the revised contract. There was a slide that Niffy had up on the screen a moment ago that's great. It shows you the existing contract dollar amounts and the proposed contract dollar amounts. I just wanted to make sure that was clear and see if you had any other questions.
I do have. Is it possible that staff could decide that we don't need to go beyond the 3 years?
It certainly could be something we could consider if we wanted to stop short. I mean, the current discussion right now is just the 3 years. We could certainly continue to monitor and come back to council every year and do a report and tell you how it's going, and then have council weigh in on that and see if it's something we want to continue at a later time.
The 3 years, still, there are things that need to be done in that 3 years to accomplish that are under contract already. Is that correct?
The 3 years are just the measurement and verification. All the work should be done. It's the verification that we're seeing the savings from the HVAC improvements, the building envelopes and things of that nature.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think that's something maybe council ought to talk about, but thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any further questions from members of council? I think we should probably get a motion on the table at this point. So can I get a motion to approve 11C1 and then have further discussion?
I move to approve 11C1.
Thank you, Member Ward. Could I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Bethel. All right, further comments? Go ahead, Member Russell.
We entered into this for the savings. I guess what I want to know is it beneficial for us to go beyond the 3 years? Is it beneficial for us to know? Is it worth $51,000 to know whether we're getting that much back or not?
Thank you, Member Russell. I'll chime in. While I do have a little bit of heartburn about this, a little bit, I do want to be able to measure whether or not this project was a success or not. So I do feel that there is a need to move forward with the contract as is, whether or not we want to go ahead and add additional years after the 3 years. I think that that's a discussion. to me, it just seems like that's something that we can be deciding over the next 3 years, depending on how the first 2 years of the MMB goes. So I don't think it's something that we have to decide in this moment. But let's see here.
Mayor.
I think that there is at least a benefit to doing the MMB. City Manager Lewis, you have something to add?
Thank you, Mayor. I would just, after consulting with my colleagues here, we think it might be prudent to table this item and get some more information and come back to you based on the questions we've heard today and some conversations that we're having with the City Attorney's Office. So if that would be suitable to you, we would welcome that.
Member Russell, did you want to chime in first?
Yes, I think that's a wise idea. And actually, this is the contract that we put the Malley Center, we borrowed money to pay for this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I think
That's correct.
that is I think it's a very wise idea to table this.
Could I add one thing on what I would like to understand is just the role, where is it, the Colorado Energy Office template? I believe they're just stating the preference is to have a separate line item, but there is no contractual obligation for us to do that, if I'm reading that correct. Can I just get a little bit of clarification on what the Colorado Energy Office is asking for as part of option one? And well, it was on a previous slide, but where the two spreadsheets are at, basically what the current contract states and when that one there. I need to understand what the Colorado Energy Office is requiring us to do, if there's any requirement at all. So.
Maybe we can put that together for you and bring that back.
Okay, perfect. Well, let me go ahead and get a motion on the, actually, so we have a motion. Can we get a motion to table 11C1 to date uncertain?
I have a question before we make that motion.
Sure, go ahead, Member Ward.
I see the only reason why we would table this as if we're thinking about not approving it. So I would like to know what the consequence is if we choose not to approve it. Is this actually discretionary, or is this something that we need to do? And I don't know if that question can be answered right now, but I would like an answer to that, because if we have to do it, we're required to do it.
Yeah, I think that's something we should add into the discussion, that an updated presentation of, okay, here's what happens if we don't do it, and here's what happens if we do include it. And to answer your exact question, to talk about the additional time frame and to cover the mayor's point as well.
Great, thank you. In that case, I'll make the motion to table the date uncertain.
Member Bethel, is there something you want to add first, or?
Yeah, to Member Ward's comment as well. My concern with this specifically is that due to a clerical error in how this contract was put together, now the city is on the hook for an extra $51,000. And that to me seems like a mistake that maybe we shouldn't be responsible for. While I support the M&V process, and I think that it's extremely important to the project as a whole, the way that this conversation is coming to us definitely raises some flags for concern. So I support tabling this until we can get a better picture on what went wrong in drafting of the contract and what the city is responsible for.
Thank you, Member Bethel. All right, Member Ward, did you want to make the motion to table?
So moved.
And that's to table to date uncertain. Thank you, Member Ward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Any further comments? All right, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Summerson.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
And Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you very much for the discussion this evening.
Thank you.
We are now moving on to 11C2. This is resolution for the ground lease agreement between Englewood McClellan Reservoir Foundation and Page West Acquisitions for a vacant property near McClellan Reservoir. Director Van Ryn, good evening.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I am here tonight to present the ground lease terms for a new ground lease at EMRF down at the south end of near C470 and Kendrick Castillo Way. And so we're here to get concurrence from the city council with this direction, as this will ultimately be an action taken by the EMRF board pending council's input. So background and purpose. So EMRF is the Englewood McClellan Reservoir Foundation. It manages property that is owned by the city of Englewood, like I said, down near C470 and Kendrick Castillo Way. Everything that's in blue already has a lease associated with it. The red parcels are the vacant parcels, and we have been working with a developer on ground lease negotiations for lots 4 and 3, the two that are adjacent to each other in the southwest quadrant of that interchange. And we just circled them on the next slide. So this is a mixed-use multifamily development. The initial term of the lease is for 20 years with options to extend up to 80 years. The construction rent, which kicks in after the permitting period, is $280,554 per year. That permitting period is 12 months max, and then that construction rent would kick in. And then the base rent, which is the ground lease rent for these parcels, is $561,109 at the time that the full rent activates, which is, I believe, no later than 30 months into the project. So even if they're under construction, that full rent will kick in, even if the project's not done. We've also included some of the terms that we worked out a few years back when we were working on one of the other leases to the north that looked at annual CPI agreement or CPI increases on the rent. For this agreement, we actually got 2.5% per year, which is actually slightly higher than some of the previous ones we've gotten. And then we also have the CPI adjustment that we put together a few years ago every 5 years to ensure that we aren't lagging behind. And so this table and this chart illustrates how we are trying to ensure that as time goes by, that our leases don't lag below what market is based on CPI increasing every year. And so you can see the blue is the rent based on inflation from 2004 all the way through 2024. We modeled it. The green is the proposed lease terms, which shows the rent inflation with the corrections every 5 years to bring it closer to that CPI. In 2022 and 2023, it was a high period of inflation. So that is actually one of those. We had this in the 80s too, as there was a few years where there was a high degree of inflation. But what this mechanism does is it allows us to close that gap over time and ensure that as each 5-year period goes by, we don't get significantly behind what the CPI would calculate for an increase to that rent. You can see some of the older approaches that we've implemented for some of the properties that show that this what we were trying to fix a few years ago actually does correct the majority of that separation over time to where we don't lag behind. So we've incorporated the same kind of a mechanism into this lease so that we can maintain connectivity to what essentially inflationary pressure over time. This one's been going on for a while. We were initially contacted in February 2023. We worked through the LOI, letter of intent negotiation for a while, and then ultimately for lots 3 and 4, executed the LOI in October of 2024. Then we worked with Page West, which is the developer, to get to a point where we could finalize the lots 3 and 4 lease. In the meantime, they had to go through rezoning approvals in Douglas County. And the first time they went through that, they were unsuccessful in that zoning approval. They then went back, reworked the project, lessened some of the units, and took it back to the Board of County Commissioners and got that approval last week, right? Last week. And so with that approval, now the county has approved the rezoning to multifamily, which is a good use for this property in terms of a land use. We are here, so we finalized the remaining terms of the lot lease for lots 3 and 4, and we are bringing it to council for a resolution of support, at which point, if we receive council support to move forward with this lease, we will have a EMRF board meeting tomorrow, at which point the board members of EMRF will vote to execute the lease, like I said, pending council's resolution of support. And then we'll move forward with execution of the lease. Just as it's in your packet, but this is one of those sets of properties where we took on the work between the team, which is Mike Miller, who's our outside counsel, Sarah Stone, and myself worked through this for the past several years. And by doing this house over the 20-year term, it saved the city $650,000 in expense that would have been paid to a broker had that been done by a broker. So we think we've ended up with a pretty good term, a pretty good lease that ensures that our revenues and our rents stay current and save some money while we did it. So with that, I will open it up for questions from council.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Director Van Bryan, for that final point as well. We really appreciate it. So any questions on 11C2 from council? Member Summerson.
I just had a question on the revenue. Where does that get?
The revenue goes into the general fund. The only there's an interdepartmental services charge that essentially pays for staff time, which is Sarah and myself to administer these aspects of the EMRF leases and lease negotiations.
Thank you.
Member Ward.
It sounds great that we saved a boatload of money by not using a broker, but I not being an expert in these real estate matters, wonder what we missed as far as why a broker's services might be worth paying. Is there anything that a broker would have provided us that perhaps we didn't get based on doing this transaction in-house?
I think when we looked at, we solicited for broker services a few years ago, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think we only had one respondent. Wasn't that true? So we didn't get a lot of response from the broker community. I don't know exactly why. Maybe we don't have enough property to broker. It is land leases, so it's not like, it's ground leases, so it's not like you're doing commercial leasing, which is more lucrative approach. I think when we add in the expertise and experience of our outside counsel, Mike Miller, who has worked in these types of leases for decades, coupled with the financial background that Sarah and myself have, that putting those together, we believe that we've mitigated any, or that we've provided any value that would have been proposed by an outside broker. But like I said, I can't guarantee that. I just know when we went for a solicitation for this, we got one respondent, and they would have taken a lot off the top of the lease.
Well, I can say comparatively, when I look at previous deals in this area that were done by prior councils and what we're looking at now, the numbers certainly look a lot better. So from what I'm seeing, we got solid work in-house. So thank you.
Thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you. I do appreciate what you've done, but the one thing I would like to say is, in the past, and one of these deals happened, I was pretty brand new on council, and that was the hospital. We way undercharged them. If we would have had a broker, instead of getting $6 a square foot, we might have gotten $90 a square foot. So I think, and a lot of times brokers look for different types, maybe not just land leases. But it is what it is, and I'm thankful. I just think, I mean, there's so many things that probably should have been done different, and some of it is council's fault. Our forefathers bought this money out there to protect, and we had the ladder funds for long-term leases instead of putting that in the general fund. This is not staff's issue, this is council's issue. I think they had a lot of foresight, but hindsight is always 20/20. I do appreciate all the time you've taken to do this. But cities a lot of times are not great at property management. Of course, we're not managing these now, we're just releasing it out. So anyway, with that said, thank you. I'm not disparaging what you've done.
And if I could add just one more thing that hopefully adds a little bit more ease, is we actually did get a current appraisal on this. So what we got appraisals for what a ground lease rate would be for these properties in this area, and that is what informed the base rent numbers that we put together, was that appraisal. So we did go to we hired an outside appraiser to do that. So the ground lease actually is because it's just the ground. It's not like leasing a finished building. So it's not a difference between $60 and $6 and $90. It's really just that base ground, and that's all we do with this property, because we're not investing millions of dollars to develop it. We're utilizing partners who want to rent the ground from us long term. With this one, again, I know we've talked at length about this council's lack of desire to sell these properties, which we have moved forward, and we get almost every interested party says, well, we'd like to buy it, and we say that is not an option. This is a long-term asset for the city that we will generate revenue on for 80 years. And so from a long-term perspective, it creates a good funding. The hospital deal had a number of issues associated with it that ultimately made it work at the time for what it's leased out at, and we've learned some of the feedback from council based on what occurred with that deal as much as anything.
I appreciate that. And of course, they wouldn't tell us what they were doing with the property either, because that would have made a difference too at the time.
All right, so with that, everyone, can I get a motion to approve 11C2?
Move to approve 11C2.
Thank you, Member Pring. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any further comments? All right, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Summerson.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
And Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7
All right,
ayes.
thank you very much, Director. Actually, you're not going anywhere. So next item up is 11C3. This is the resolution for proposed water rate structure. We have Director of South Platte Renew and Utilities, Peter Van Rye.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. With me, we're gonna both switch off on this presentation. Is Deputy Director Stone, who will be presenting part of this as well. So this is a change. The first step into changing our rate structures as we committed in our water efficiency plan, and as steps we would propose to take to come into alignment with the rest of the Front Range. As I've said in the before, we are the only declining block rate structure that we know of for a large utility in the Front Range. And what we had planned always to move to was an inclining block rate structure that matches what all of the surrounding water utilities implement as it relates to their rate structures. And I think it's really just just one of those relics of years past that it was declining block, and now we're moving to an inclining block. So what is driving the timing of this right now is we've talked about everybody I think is aware that we're in a pretty significant drought. And more importantly, it's the really, really low snowpack that is really concerning water providers on the Front Range and actually, frankly, everywhere in Colorado. And so we implemented voluntary water restrictions last month for our community. And this is a step towards encouraging conservation through the rate structure, which is how all the other water providers on the Front Range and most of the ones that I know, and large water providers in Colorado, encourage conservation, which is essentially through an inclining block rate structure. So what that means is there's a block of water that is a particular rate, and then as you use more water, the rate goes up. Currently, our structure is there's one block of water, one block that has a rate, and if you use more water, that amount is over 400,000 gallons a month, it drops in terms of its rate. And so we are proposing to be consistent with water providers in the Front Range, and this is that first step in that process. There are several additional steps in this process. This was just the step that we could take very quickly because we had already done the analysis for the residential land use customers that we could implement in a way that incrementally moves our customer base to inclining block rate structures long term. So with this, I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Director Stone to talk a little bit more specifically about the specific financials, and then I'll come back and we'll talk a little bit more and then go over questions.
Okay, good evening again. So I'm going to go through a lot of numbers and scenarios that we evaluated for our suggested change to the rate structure. But first, I'll take you through the existing rate structure. So as Director Van Rij mentioned, there are two tiers. The initial tier is up to 400,000 gallons per month of usage, and that is significant. There are no residential customers that are even near any amount of water usage at that point. So the next row in this chart shows the consumption billed in 2025. So that's 625 million gallons were billed at in that initial tier. So the initial tier, the first tier in the inside city rate is $4.26. So essentially, any customer that is using water, any residential customer that's using water is paying $4.26 per 1,000 gallons. There are about 400 outside city customers that pay a higher rate, and that is part of our rates and fees that the customers outside of the city of Englewood city limits pay more for their water usage. So the volumetric revenue collected in 2020 or using these 2026 rates for 2025 consumption was about $3 million. So the intent of designing any rate structure change is to maintain revenue stability and ensure that we would recover the same amount of revenue regardless of the alternative chosen for a rate structure. So initially, we took a look at water usage, the profile for a residential customer. And in the first tier, we set at the 6,000 gallons to capture really essential indoor usage. So this is what other providers call a lifeline rate. So this captures the majority of customers and what they use during the winter when they're not irrigating. That's their internal or their inside their home water usage. And then we price that second level, that second tier higher to encourage conservation. So that would really capture just any outdoor usage above the 6,000 gallons. We evaluated 4 alternatives. Each of those go up in assumption of residential use reduction if there is an increase in the rate. So the first alternative is that there would be no residential use reduction. Alternative number 2 is that 2% of that 685,000 gallons would be reduced over time. And then alternative 3 is a 10% reduction. Alternative 4 is 20%. So with alternative 1, which assumes no reduction in water usage, we set the inside city rate at $3.75. That's shown in the middle of the chart there, where that any usage over 6,000 gallons would need to be billed at $4.85 in order to maintain that revenue neutrality for residential customers. And you can see the outdoor city rate also adjusts. So that was set at $5.25, and then that over 6,000 gallons is higher. Alternative 2 assumes a 2% reduction in water usage, and again using that inside city rate set at $3.75. Then that second tier would need to be increased to $5.10 per 1,000 gallons to recover the same amount of revenue. For alternative 3, which is a 10% reduction in use, the inside city rate for the first tier is again $3.75. We maintain that for all the alternatives. That second tier would need to be increased to $6.20. In alternative 4, you can see with a 20% decrease in in water usage, that tier would need to be set at $8.65 for that second tier. So that's quite a bit higher. So this chart here shows a residential bill impact for each scenario for a customer that uses 12,000 gallons, and it's the inside city customer. So on the left, we see the scenarios. On the right, you'll see the total monthly bill, and this is the total water bill. So the admin charge, the capital improvement fee, and the drinking water loan fee all stay consistent throughout each of these alternatives, and then it's the volumetric rate that would change based on what scenario is chosen. So for alternative 1, the increase in the monthly bill when a customer is using 12,000 gallons that month is 48 cents and goes up from there depending on the alternative. So alternative 2, that's about $2 a month. Alternative 3, $8.58 per month. And alternative 4 would be upwards of $23. With that, I'll turn it back over to Director Van Wright.
I think so with what Sarah has discussed there for different alternatives, what we're always looking at is what's the effect on the customer's monthly bill, and the customer's monthly bill in Englewood has from a utilities perspective has water, sewer, and storm, and so we have been working on this chart year over year for the last 5 or 6 years to make it as closer to apples comparison for people in different communities as we can. And you can see right now, if you're using 6,000 gallons in the city of Englewood 2026 rate in comparison to all those other entities' 2025 rates, we are near the bottom and about $30 less than the average. So keep in mind that we estimate that all of these entities, or the vast majority of these entities, raise their rates from 25 to 26, but we do this calculation. We have to wait until they publish those new rates before we can rerun the calculation. If you use 10,000 gallons, Englewood becomes very affordable, and that's partly because the way our rates are structured from a variable rate standpoint, we have very affordable per 1,000 gallon usage rate. You can see with this, what we essentially did is we tried to find this break point where, as I started this discussion, this is the first step of several to move to a more tiered rate structure. So we're proposing 2 tiers right now because that's what our billing system can accommodate quickly without a lot of reprogramming. Ultimately, we would look to match what many other providers, water providers on the Front Range have, which have multiple tiers. They could be 3 tiers, 4 tiers, and 5 tiers. The whole point being is as customers use more and more water, the water gets more and more expensive because the theory is that that water gets used for irrigation and non-life-sustaining purposes. What we did when we looked at this is we tried to find this break-even point where we're creating a minimal bill impact to any customers based on this change, yet still taking that step towards inclining block rate structure and ultimately driving a little bit of conservation. You can see if you get up to the point where you're using 40,000 gallons or 50,000 gallons in a month, that increase to your bill would be, for 40,000 gallons, that increase to your bill would be $25 in that month. But if you're using 10,000 gallons, that increase is 30 cents. And so 10,000 gallons, there's if you take that 10,000 gallons and you go straight up, you see that blue line there. 10,000 gallons equates to approximately about 85%, 83% of our single family users. So 83% of the people that use water would fall at 10,000 or less, and therefore that 83% of users would experience minimal to no change in their, or actually a possible slight decrease in their bill. So we're looking at this as it relates to alternative 2 rate structure as a recommendation, because we think it's a way to make a step towards this this approach. However, not creating a significant rate adjustment or surprise for our customers as they use water through the summer. If we were to put this this rate structure in place on June 1, some customers, based on the timing of their meter read, would not see the effect of that increase until early August. And so this is another reason why we went with a very low tier that encourages some amount of conservation, but gets our customers used to it to start with. So this is also just residential. This does not include large irrigators. It does not include large commercial. That is a whole different set of analyses that we have not done, but that's one of the next steps in this. We estimate that there's industrial users that use over 400,000. There are less than 10. If you were to add to that multifamily and things like schools, there are less than 20 total of all of those in the city. And then between 20 and 50, that additional 30 are large water users that are oftentimes large irrigators. And so that it takes another set of analysis and a different approach to addressing those. And that would be, we would propose moving forward to continue to look at those other customer classes to ensure that we're ultimately converting the entire structure to an inclining block rate structure. Those customers also require more direct outreach because of the potential significant impact on their bill because they are such high water users. That just gets to a few of the additional steps that this is, like I said, this is the first of several steps to making this conversion over time if the council wishes to continue to move forward. You can see here that this is just a different way of representing that almost 72% of customers would see between a $0 and $5 decrease in their bill. So it's not a huge decrease by any means, but it is a slight decrease in their bill. And then another 17.5% would see a slight increase of 0 to 5%. So adding all that up, that's about 89% of our total users would be in that $5 less, $5 more based on this structure. And then even when you move up, you have to get to pretty significant usage levels in order for there to be significant billing. Again, this is why we are recommending to do this. This is the curve. This is probably, this I think came from April. This is updated. My anticipation is it's just gotten worse. This is the snowpack and the snowpack runoff curve. So you can see we're already at a really low snowpack, and then the runoff happened really fast. So there's just not a lot of snow in the mountains, and all the Front Range providers rely on rely on mountain snowpack as they feed the South Platte and Colorado River and other river systems. There was one other thing I wanted to just say, and this was something that Councilmember Summerson actually asked when we were talking last week. So what does 1,000 gallons mean? So 1,000 gallons, we went and tried to find some ways that people could we could equate that, because we talk in 1,000 gallons all the times, but it's somewhat of a hard thing to conceptualize. And so looked up a typical bathtub, says it's anywhere between 40 and 60 gallons. So assume 50 gallons, we'll just go with the average. That means it's 20, every 1,000 gallons is 20 completely filled bathtubs. So if you're using 5,000 gallons in a month, that's 100 completely filled bathtubs. That's the way we can maybe equate what 5,000 gallons. The last thing I would say is that our rates that we're talking about are per 1,000 gallons, which means if you look at a per gallon cost, it's still less than a penny to have water delivered to your house. I think all of us fill up gas these days, and I think I just filled up $5.40 a gallon. And so when we really step back and look at the affordability of water, it's a really low cost product that we try to ensure that we continue to serve at that really affordable rate.
Director, thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Appreciate this. I know that I asked this at the Water and Sewer Board. This is going to impact the ratepayers, single family payers. Most of them aren't paying attention, don't even know that we're talking about this. And we'll approve this. If we approve this tonight, their bills will go up. This will start on June 1st, but they won't know it probably till July or August. We've already a month ago set voluntary restrictions in place. We haven't even waited long enough to see if that's going to work. And the fact that, people tonight brought forward some questions, and I actually asked the question before. I believe I did a council request on it. I don't believe I've got the answer to it yet. How much water use does the city of Englewood use? Parks and Rec, Pirates Cove, all the parks. How much are we using there, and how much is the city paying for the water they use? And one of the members of the Water and Sewer Board asked about all the high-density housing, and the word that was told they don't take up more room than maybe 3 or 4 houses. But the truth is, a lot of these units have 400 units in them. They're all taking showers, they're flushing the toilet. I bet you those apartment houses are using a lot more. And we have a lot of high-density. I had somebody tell me that they lived in an apartment for a year, and the person above them would run the shower for 2 hours. I don't think it is fair to put this all on the back of the single-family homeowner. We have these other ones. Well, we're not going to look at those because they use so much water anyway. But you're wanting the citizens, single-family homeowners, to pay the lion's share. Now, I'm going to be real honest with you, and listening to different things this week, I've heard that this is going to be an El Nino year, and they were getting 15 inches of snow in the mountains perhaps this week, and yesterday, today, and tomorrow. If the rain pattern changes, once we change this, we never cut fees back, never. And it annoys me that we just want to make sure that we're getting the money to pay the bills. I'm telling you, people are hurting, especially the population over 60 is struggling to make ends meet, and we just keep raising rates. Basically, what I think is going to happen, last year when I was walking the city, there were a lot of dead lawns. I believe that a lot of people just quit watering, and it's going to be even worse. I personally would like to see, I really want the answers to those questions. How much is the city of Englewood paying? What are their water rates for all the different, the swimming pool, parks and rec, all of that? I would like to know all of that information.
And yes, and I think we can go back and work to pull that together. I'm sorry if I misspoke. It's not that we're not going to look at those. We are actually, that is a next step, is to look at those. We aren't going to not look at those. We are going to look at those. I don't want to double negative.
I know what you mean.
So that is the next step. This was just a step that we could take, that we are proposing at the as an option to immediately start to address the drought. We did commit in the water efficiency plan several years ago to move to an inclining block rate structure. That is the standard of practice on the Front Range. This is the first step in that. If I go back to this slide again, this slide. 72% of people are going to see their bill not change or go down. Not by a lot, but it might go down slightly. So this change actually creates a positive, somewhat bill decreasing for customers by making this change based on we used actual water usage pattern from 2025. So it's taking the 25 usage patterns and applying this change to rate to that actual usage from last year. And so based on that information, 72% of people will actually see their bill go down based on this rate increase. Now, if people are using a lot of water, that's where the water goes up, and that's actually how all the Front Range water providers recover costs, is as irrigation goes up substantially, that's where the more expensive water sits in their tier structures. And like I said, many of them are 5 tiers, where each incremental step gets more, for lack of a better term, punitive in terms of the cost of water, because as you use more water, it creates more demand and more pressure on the system than someone who uses the lifeline amount of water. And so it may look like there's an increase, and there's an increase for some people. It's an increase for the high water users. It's not it's actually a decrease for the vast majority of the normal user that we have, based on what we've proposed here with alternative 2. And so that's why we took that approach, was to allow for that incremental step towards inclining block rate structure while not creating a negative impact on a significant part of our customers.
I totally understand that, but citizens have no say in this. This is a fee. This is an increase. And maybe we have decreased the lower rate, but the bottom line is, if it rains all year, I don't expect that, but if it rained all year and everybody turned off their sprinkler system, now you're going to lose money on this because you've lowered the first tier. A citizen took the time to compare Denver water with, they are lower even at their highest tier rate in all categories. And I'll share that with council during discussion. But anyway, I would really like not decide to implement this immediately. I think we need to think. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
My question is about this chart. My first question, at least, about this chart here. Is this average monthly impact over the course of a year?
This is the percent of of customers based on 2025 usage, what their bill impact would be by changing this rate calculation on their usage from 2025. So it looks at all the users that are in the residential
But
class.
does it take the whole year and average it out?
Yeah, I'm going to turn this over to Sarah because she can probably answer that more clearly.
So I will make a quick clarification. So this is not necessarily customers, but the percentage of bills. So yes, if there's a customer that gets into those higher, where their bill impact is higher, that could be in the summer. Whereas in the wintertime, when they're using less water, that's when they would see, the reduction or very little impact. Let me go to, so the blue line here, this is percentage of total bills. So this looks at that 2025 usage and then puts the bills in, what's under the curve of those bills that it covers. So as we go up in the curve, you're covering more and more bills.
Sure.
Yeah. So if we take a look at the 6,000, which we chose as that first tier, and draw a imaginary line all the way up to the top there, it's roughly what, 80% of the bills. So over that entire year that are covered in that 6,000 gallon.
I'm just concerned that this chart, especially the previous one, is concealing the actual impact on people, because if during the summer my bill goes up by $50 a month, and then it stays the same, or goes down, goes down 20 cents for the rest of the year, is my impact actually negative, even if on average it's a negative impact? I just don't think I don't think the data is actually really clearly showing what's going to happen to an individual customer. The second question I have about it is, last year we had a lot of problems with the billing system, and I know my bill, for example, I didn't get a bill for 2 or 3 months, and then I got 3 months all in one big chunk. If that's the data, if you're drawing on dirty data the whole year, then how do we know? And from what I understood, I couldn't even recover what my actual, from utility department, what my actual usage was in those 2 months. So that means that my bill that had 58,000 gallons on it, because it covered 3 or 4 months or whatever, ends up in this chart as one of the high bills, but that doesn't provide a good reference for what it's going to look like this year, now that we got the billing issues sorted out.
So we took a look at the bills that was able to decipher, to spread that out. So the usage per month, we were able to decipher what that was.
How were you able to? Because I understood last summer that we couldn't go back and reverse engineer that.
So there was,
we were telling people, sorry, we can't figure out what your bill was.
Yeah, and there was delays in getting, so we were also going through the AMI conversion as well. So there's data collected through the AMI that we can get that information easier now that that's been installed, and we can distill that down into number of days of what's been used. So that is available to us. And I'll just go back to your first point here on the increase of $50 a month because of water usage in the summer. So again, this curve covers all of the residential bills. So the very edge, the very right side of that graph shows a 50,000 gallon bill, which that increase is $33 for that month.
Okay.
There are no residential customers that are beyond this 50,000 gallons per month.
Okay.
That helps a little bit.
Yeah. All I'm saying is that I think if you added up everybody's bills for the whole year, it may look like on your graph they're staying the same, but they actually end up paying more because those summers are so much bigger.
Sure.
And then the third challenge, I think, is for citizens. If they're going to hear about this and they're going to say, oh, well, how is this going to impact me? I want to look at last summer's bills and see what I pay, what I used last summer, and what they're going to find, the same thing I found. I don't know, because I have 1 month with 58,000 and 2 or 3 months with 0. And so I could divide that out, but I have no idea if that's how it actually went down, since every month is a different amount. I irrigate based on how dry it is. So I don't know, I think this is, I don't think this is the first step. And the reason is because people are rightfully going to say, like Member Russell was referring to, what's the city doing to save us water? Right now, the golf course, which, measures their water in acre feet, not thousands of gallons per month, is going to be paying lower rates for irrigating than I'm going to. Is that accurate?
Well, so I think, so you're getting to part of the analysis that we have not done. So
Yeah, and that's the problem I have with it, is we're saying we're going to put this on the citizens of Englewood when the city, we haven't even done any analysis on what the city is doing on water, and we aren't even saving water. And so here's what's going to happen is, somebody who wants to irrigate their lawn well so their kids can play in it is going to pay higher rates, while the golf course gets subsidized water, and somebody from Greenwood Village can come over here and play cheap golf on the backs of Englewood citizens who are paying these higher rates so that the golf course can continue to do it. If we want to say we need, the approach to take with citizens is, we did our part here at the city. We've cut back on water usage. We're paying back into the system for how much we use. And now we want to, and then the other thing is the large payers. The first step would be flatten the rate and structure out. Second step would be the city leading the way. And then the third step is say, okay, we still haven't saved enough water, so we want to go to the citizens and say we're going to do this inclining block rate structure in order to make sure that we're being conservative with water. These other things haven't done enough. So, but now it looks like the first thing, because this is the easy one, is to do the thing that affects the citizens the most, but the city facilities don't pay the price. The big water users don't pay the price.
just clarify one. It's not because it was easy. It's because we had already done this. We had already been doing this analysis. And so, well, so I think, and maybe we brought this as a response to what can we do immediately in terms of, we know we have a snowpack issue and we have and we want to encourage conservation. So this was something we had ready to go, which was the residential piece of this. The other pieces of this were things that we are working on in the background. This was a way to essentially connect with the majority of our users, which are residential. That's the majority of our user base. Realizing that we would have this other subset, which is a much smaller subset, to then follow through it. If we brought this too early, that's, we just wanted to present something that, and this is what we had based on the information that we have been working on this in the background. And so this is what we had available that we could move forward with, that is based in actual data. But if we'll take council's direction on it.
Thank you, Peter. Member Prang.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation and the work that has gone into this. I have a list of questions, but I'm going to keep it to a few at this point. So I'm curious if this structure change for fees does create the intended behavioral shifts, and we do get to more water conservation, then, and we're reducing the overall water usage, then how do we address that potential long-term as far as reductions in revenues?
So that's why we did these different, that's what these alternatives look at, is they try to predict conservation, they try to predict conservation, levels of conservation based on price point impact. And so the $5.10 for that next tier is a pretty low price point impact from the $4.26, less than $1 increase, 84 cents. And so we, based on our rate and fee consultants' understanding of customer behavior relative to price increase, we estimated that would drive a 2% decrease in increase in conservation, which then you get to the bottom, the total revenue is $3.1 million, and our existing rate structure is just under $3.1 million. So that's where we match that to ensure that whatever the structure is, it actually doesn't present us a different problem where we're not generating the revenue necessary to run the water system. We then looked at that, what does 620 do? We think 620 drives at 10%, so there's more revenue coming because it's a higher rate in that tier, but we anticipate that another 8% of customers, there'll be another 8% reduction in usage because of conservation, because people don't want to spend that on that water. And then we run that math and it's almost exactly that 3.1 million again. And so then we do the same thing with a higher rate that then drives what we believe would be a 20% reduction. So these are trying to estimate customer responses to pricing based on, that's why we have a rate and fee consultant, is based on, data of how customers respond to changes in pricing. With the idea that we're not trying to raise revenue, we're trying to not have the resulting problem of now we've under collected revenue by a significant amount that creates a different problem. So that's how we looked at this to ensure that equal revenue amount.
Okay, I think I understand.
We're trying to predict customer behavior, basically, is what those alternatives are trying to do. And it's predicting customer behavior, so it's not exactly right, but it's based in expertise, the expertise and data from our rate and fee consultant.
Mm-hmm. And then how has utilities contemplated or planned for the complexities that come with systemic changes, so the billing services and the change that you're proposing here, and then also kind of speaking to future years of potentially adding more tiers and us not being positioned to, with our current systems, to be able to do that. So how have you looked at that particular problem as far as making this kind of change?
So it's why we propose, excuse me, it's why we're proposing two-tier, because the billing system is built with a two-tiered structure. So all we do is we change the set points in those tiers. It's not that we can't go to a 5-tier structure or a 4-tier structure. It's just it takes more back-end programming in the billing system to change it. So it's not that it can't do it. It's we need to contract with our billing our billing system provider to build that, and that takes time. This again was trying to create a rapid response to implement some form of response from a conservation, and that was the way we could do that simply without getting into modifying the whole billing system significantly.
Okay. So as we move on to analyzing the city's usage and industrial usage and those big users and spending time on that, then we would have time to make sure that the billing system is working appropriately with the two-tiered system in place, that everything's smooth, good to go. We don't have the questions on data and the integrity of how the analysis was done. What kind of time frame would you think that you would be looking at as far as like a potential next tier, so a third tier being added into the system?
I'm gonna get Sarah's estimate on this, and then we'll.
And what does an approximate price tag look like for modifying the system to get to that point?
The price tag, I don't know. We would get a scope of work from the billing vendor. All of this is very standard from a utility billing perspective. So I anticipate once we have had the discussions around how many tiers we may want to go to, it wouldn't take more than a month or two to get those changes intact. We would just have to be firm on what it is that we were making those changes to, and we want time to test that. So as we typically come to the council with rate and fee changes in the fall, we would want to already be started on those changes should they be approved, so that we were ready to go by January 1 when those would be in effect, effective for rates. Which again, there's this lag of rates are effective on a certain date. We have to make sure that the meter reading between that effective date and that next bill is all within after that effective date of when the rates were put into effect. So, for example, if we said June 1, there will be a delay in folks seeing that impact on their meter, because as of right now, they would get meter reads that would have some May dates through some July or some June date for a month. So it'd be a couple months delayed before people would even see it.
Okay, that makes sense to me. I'm not sure that I feel like it's appropriate or correct that we say that this is putting it on the backs of the majority of our residents. I think that what you're showing us is that it's not putting it on the back of the majority of the residents, and it is asking people who use more to pay more. And largely, I agree with that. I think, there needs to be a continuous thought around kind of those regressive impacts, if you will, to disadvantaged groups potentially in looking at something like this. I do think that the June 1st implementation ask is perhaps a little rushed. And based on the explanation you just gave, I kind of understand why you're asking for it then. And it is a quick turnaround, and there hasn't been time to really have conversation with community or have council members have opportunity to have constituents reach out and give us their thoughts and for us to be able to answer questions. So I'm just wondering if there's the possibility of, moving this forward. I like alternative 2 and, likely we'll be voting in favor of it. But can we delay the implementation so that we can get the communication right with the community, especially given our history of issues around our billing?
Yeah, and I think you raise a good point. I mean, we were looking at, we had talked about making these changes more than a year ago, like doing the work to present these changes to council more than a year ago. And then we had the billing system challenges. I'll use the word challenge lightly. It was a really, really rough rollout. And so we went back, and Sarah and I talked about this, is like, well, we've got to give our customers a chance to, reset from what the billing system they just experienced. And we had been, like I said, we've been working on this in the background. And then the snowpack numbers came in with what they are, and you see the entire Front Range making these concerted efforts to do something in response to drought. In Denver Water implemented drought surcharges of $1.10 and $2.20. And so if you use over 15,000 gallons, it's $2.20 per 1,000 gallons all the way through April of next year. And so they've had more time, I think, because they've been operating under that type of inclining block rate structure for 2+ decades. I think that we can do anything that the council would like us to do in response to this. We just want to bring something that we had ready, that we had analysis for, that we had already done work for, so that the council had something to respond to. And if we would like to modify it in any way, there's nothing that says that we can't make those modifications.
I appreciate that openness, and thank you for your answers.
Member Summerson?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I will start by saying I'm generally in favor of Member Prank's point. If the majority of homes are utilizing 6,000 and less and paying $375 per 1,000 instead of $425 per 1,000, that's a rate decrease. And so I think there are opportunities here to likely have a longer lead time for conversation, and I look forward to getting out there and having a conversation with folks about the alternatives, not necessarily the yes or no to the entire thing. My questions are around the 6,000 gallons. So 6,000 gallons is the benchmark for that $375 per 1,000. That, I believe in other presentations, the average household had been 5,000. So is there a little buffer in here as well that's been part of the 6,000 calculation to, again, sort of I don't think any of these dollar amounts are conservation changers, game changers, as per your alternative one, right? Like some people are going to try to maybe take advantage of the challenge of getting themselves 100% at the 375. You know, I don't know. But I'd like to know a little bit more about that 6,000 versus some of the other numbers we've seen in terms of what an average household is.
Yeah, and I think you hit it, that when we first looked at this, we looked at 5,000 because that's what a number of other water providers use, is 5,000. But we wanted to be more encompassing for our community, and so that's where we were proposing that break point at 6,000. Just give a little bit more cushion to people who might have more indoor usage than what other communities experience. So that was exactly what we were trying to do, is add more buffer.
And so just to break it down further, so I use 7,000 gallons in a particular month. I would pay $5.10 more on my bill for that 1,000 gallons. Is that correct?
For the 1,000 over.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So you would save $3 on the first 6,000 because you'd save about 50 cents per 1,000, and then you would pay little under $1 more for that 7,000. So your net would be a bill decrease of around $2. So it's not substantial, but it also is, again, it's an opportunity to potentially get people thinking in terms of conservation.
I mean, I think with everything going up, something coming down seems novel at this point, so I appreciate it. I'd also say this is an opportunity for, putting unique solutions on the table, except for we may be the last ones to adopt an inclining block structure, so I'm not sure also how unique it is. But I do think that I do have similar concerns about the time frame. That's all. I think something that's effective next week feels short in time frame, and I would echo some of the sentiments here around wanting to understand more for me around the commercial aspect of it. Like, what are we doing in that space? And I know, again, you've shared we'll move on to that next, but that we would start with the houses versus the businesses just seems out of order to me, but it's where we're at. And I think, again, the use of city subsidized, or however we want to phrase the rates the city pays for water for public benefits, I think the water is going towards things that the residents have asked for, expect, need, desire, and so it will be good to see what that cost structure is. But again, I think water for the public good of Englewood at a reduced rate also offsets future budget issues that we may have in paying higher rates for that water at Pirates Cove or the golf courses or the parks. So I think it's a protection on investments.
From the timing perspective, this is something we wrestled with, which was the timing of if this goes into effect when people see it on their bill, and that lag, because we don't have AMI fully implemented. And so that was something that we were also weighing as it related to this as well. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I wanted to come back to the 80% paying the same or less, because I'm afraid that somebody watching this meeting is going to walk away and think that 80% of citizens are the same or less. And I don't think that's what the data demonstrates. Do we have data over the course of the year that demonstrates that 80% of people are paying the same or less, or just the bill-by-bill data?
So this is, and I think this is the clarification that Sarah brought up, which is my mistake in conveying the data. It's 80% of total bills.
Right.
And so it's 80% of the bills that the customers experience. And so to where I think you're getting at this is a mistake in how I explained it.
Sure.
And that nuance is important. And so I appreciate you pointing it out.
Can you go back to the bar chart with all the not that one, yes, that one. Because my read on this is I get to pick, winter 8 from the lower 75% and 4 from the higher and add those up, right? Because over the course of the year, I'm going to have a bunch of low ones, and then when I'm irrigating, I'm going to have 4 high ones. If you add all those numbers up, I'm afraid what actually happens is 80% end up paying more over the course of the year. And I don't know if you can prove that I'm wrong on that, but I think that's a really important distinction because, and especially when we communicate to citizens, there's going to be the impression that 80% of people's bills are going to be flat or go down, and it may be the opposite of that.
You know, I think what, you know, they'll
I could be wrong, but this data doesn't tell me.
I think your point's a good one. What we're trying to represent is the monthly bill as opposed to the annualized customer experience. And so, so depending on where you fall in terms of your summer usage, that dictates whether your bills stay flat or go down.
Yeah, people who don't irrigate are going to be are the ones that are going to benefit the most, obviously, which is, you know, I get the aim there. The second concern I have is with household size, because this assumes that everybody is using, you know, 6,000 gallons, but you may have a house where one person uses 6,000 and one where, you know, 8 people use 12,000 gallons. And so they're already being more conservative, but they're going to pay higher per person. They're being more conservative, but they're going to pay higher prices for that. How are we addressing that?
Well, I think, I mean, the point of inclining block rate structures is to drive conservation. And so I don't know that we have a specific individualized approach for when people have a larger number of people in their household to where their base indoor use is higher, other than what we've looked at in terms of trying to get to that break-even point minus irrigation. So if you look at just if you look at the way this works on a monthly basis, so if you take irrigation out of it, so you assume someone's using an indoor water use, if it's 9,000 gallons a month, that would be a push essentially at that point in time. So you're able to use 9,000 gallons every month, which typically covers larger family sizes too. Again, irrigation being the thing that the whole point inclining block rate structures is trying to help drive is conservation and irrigation.
Yeah. Is there a way we could build this that takes into account people who are being conservative but have larger households?
We can go back and look and see what's been done in other locations, other water districts that have looked at this. There's a whole lot of different examples out there to choose from, so we can look at other potential options.
Just a point of information, Director, do we happen to have number of people in a household within the billing system? I'm not sure how we can capture.
It would be hard data to capture.
I'm not sure how we can appease that solution without having that information.
Well, I would think it would be something like a way, you know, you can apply for, you know, you prove that you have so many people in your household. Something along those lines.
Okay.
So, Councilmember Anderson, to answer your question, there are other providers that can essentially capture what that winter use is. So that's that indoor use. Mm-hmm. Denver Water actually does this. So they base their lowest tier, which is their lifeline tier, on the average usage for a winter quarter. So if the 3 months out of the year, they take a look at when essentially zero irrigation should be happening. And it is sophisticated, right? It's something that we'd have to make sure our billing system could do, but then it's individualized for that customer.
I like that idea.
And so then tiers over that, that's capturing then the outdoor and then increasing the tiered rate to capture outdoor usage and really drive conservation, but it then does account for the larger households.
That's a clever idea.
Thank you very much, Director. Councilmember Bethel.
Director Van Rye, thank you for the presentation. Deputy Director Stone, thank you as well. A lot of good research here. I just have a simple question. Is our water a finite resource?
Well, we get what's called renewable water. And so renewable water, the majority of our portfolio, almost all of our portfolio is what's called renewable water, which means it renews every year with snowpack, and with rain and snowpack, but essentially snowpack is what renews. If you look at a lot of the areas to the south that are groundwater based, that is what's called a non-renewable water source, and that's why many of those entities have higher rates. So if you look at this, our chart here, a lot of those entities are developing in areas that don't have a lot of water, and much of their base systems are based on that non-renewable deep groundwater source. So is it finite? That's a long-term prediction question that I think is related to long-term yields and things like that. But we use what's called our water is based on what's called renewable water, and then what drives what our yield is off of those of that renewable water. And when we get priority is our water rights portfolio, and we have a number of really significant water rights that means that our yield is prioritized over other entities who maybe have a later priority water right. So it's hard to say it's finite, but it is also something that is impacted by, changes in yield.
I appreciate that distinction and explanation as well. Have we ever been approached by surrounding municipalities to purchase acre feet of water, not necessarily our water rights, but the water that's in our reservoirs?
Yeah, so we have an agreement in place already, and it's been in place since 2003. It is to sell excess water from our portfolio to Highlands Ranch Water. It used to be Centennial Water and Sand. It's now Highlands Ranch Water and Sand. We sell all of the available excess water that we can to them. That agreement also has in it a first right of a refusal of any additional water that we maybe come up with from a yield perspective. So if we have additional yields, we can't just go sell it out on the market. We have to bring it to them first to buy. And we maximize on an annual basis the amount of excess water that we sell to Highlands Ranch in order to meet the requirements of that. It's a 100-year agreement. So we are 23 years into a 100-year lease agreement. And we have requirements of that lease agreement to supply them, because our wholesale water that we sell to them is part of their long-term water rights portfolio. But any additional water, we have to offer to them first. And we had an opportunity a few years ago that we looked into, where we had a developer that was going to improve one of our mountain systems, and we worked with Centennial Water and Sand to allow them to do that work on our behalf to improve the yield of that part of the system. And since they had that first right of refusal, they said, no, you can't do it. And that meant we didn't move forward with that agreement. So it generates, what is it, like 3.4 million a year? It generates about 3.4 million. So that 3.4 million that we sell in raw water to Highlands Ranch is revenue that directly offsets what our customers have to pay on their monthly bill, which is why we look to try and maximize that as a revenue source.
I appreciate that information as well. Looking at the proposal that you have in place here, it seems pretty clear that this is a luxury tax. That the way you have things structured of lower rates for people that consume less, maybe smaller property sizes, smaller lawn sizes, lower irrigation footprint, and higher rates for larger properties, larger irrigations, more grass, longer showers. Those are all luxuries. Taking a 20-minute shower is a luxury. Having a large, lush green lawn is a luxury. And if people choose to invest in that luxury, then they can pay the extra $10 a month through their summer. I want to be cognizant and sensitive to folks that may be impacted, larger families specifically, or as we look to preserve the beautiful landscaping that so many folks have invested in across the city. But all of those items are still luxuries. Landscaping is a luxury that I enjoy, and I'm going to be investing in that over the summer. That said, I'll be reducing my water footprint, and I hope that we can all be cognizant of that. I think that you've done a great job in setting this up. I'd love to see similar approaches in how we structure businesses in our large commercial consumers, but the best place to start is at the beginning. And here we are. So let's start here.
Member Russell.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, is it possible to capture, instead of breaking it out over the entire year, the most expensive years, or the most expensive months, meaning probably June through October, and projecting how much bills would go up in that time frame? Because I think probably what is going to happen in the other months, nobody's bill is probably going to go up.
Yeah, I think so. I would go to this. I would go back to this chart, because what this chart is looking at is impact for the amount of water usage, and you can, even though I would like to clarify again that I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem's clarification on this, because I was explaining it in not exactly the right terms, and so I want to make sure that the customers understand that this is on an individual bill basis, not an individual basis. And if you have a sense for how much water you use in the summer, I think a lot of people who irrigate can do an efficient level of irrigating their lawns and irrigating their properties at between 15 and 20,000 gallons in a month, even in the hotter months of July, August, September. And so if you look to this, if you're using 15,000 gallons, your bill would go up by $4.50 for that month. If you did that for 4 months, then you're looking at $18 annually that your bill would go up. And then you would have the $3 for $3 if you went below, if you went below, you reduce back down to, let's say you reduce to 3,000 gallons, you would have a net decrease, but your overall impact annualized from this change would be less than $10, or less than between $10 and $15. And so I think it's only when you get to really high water usages that you'll see that increase. And for other providers, if you're using 50,000 gallons of water, I can tell you their rates are much more substantial than what we're proposing here for those really, really high water usages. And we can pull some of that information.
Well, it would be interesting. Okay, I mean, there are areas of town where there's bigger lots, and it takes more water to water a big lot than, there's areas in District 4, a lot of those houses have really big lots down there. There's some up in our area. I have a big lot. I already know my bill is going to go up exponentially, because it goes up exponentially in the summertime. And I don't necessarily consider it a luxury tax. It's one thing to irrigate your yard. It's another thing to have other things. Some people have large families. Some people have bigger lots. And anyway, that a lot of people in this city, landscape their yards or bought their yards based on, we've lived in our home 30 years. We bought that house because of the yard. Now the yard is becoming a problem. And we won't be probably living there for a long time more. But I'm just saying that people have, I'm not saying we should give water away. I'm thinking we all need to conserve. We all need to do our fair share. And so if I cut my water usage in half from a year ago, then I've saved a lot more, but I'm still going to end up paying a lot more than anybody else because of the size of the yard.
Yeah, and I think that I mean, on one hand, Englewood is one of the
Peter,
last.
I'm not sure if we need to answer that just because it is
thank you.
part of the declining rate structure that we have in place today. So
sure.
the statement is true. If you're using more water under this proposed incremental pay rate, then you're going to pay more. So I think at this point, if there's no further questions, can I get a motion to approve 11C3? And I'll have some comments at that point. Go ahead, Member Bethel.
I'll move to approve 11C3.
Thank you, Member Bethel. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Summerson. Anyone want to start off with comment? Go ahead, Member Pring.
I just actually have more of a question. If
Okay.
we wanted to change the effective date,
Yeah.
I'm in favor of this and want to vote in favor tonight, but I would like to see a
That was-
delay in the effective date. How do we approach that?
That was going to be one of my statements.
Yeah.
So I can raise that.
Okay.
So
I would say if you could propose one,
Yeah.
I would say, and we can implement whatever. If we want to wait till the fall, we can wait till the fall. I mean, that's
so I'll do you mind if I just start with my comments on this? So I am going to be in favor of this measure overall, and I really appreciate the work that your team did on bringing this forward to us. We started discussing this as part of the Water Sewer Board back in April. Obviously we went there with the voluntary water restrictions, but during that board meeting we asked for, hey, can you come forward with us soon? And we weren't meeting next month, but that's what you did. Soon on what a proposed changes would be in terms of rate changes, and you did that within a month. So I really appreciate the work on this. You know, I'm hoping that we get to a point where we never go back to a declining rate structure. I want this to be the plan moving forward. If you do use more water, you should pay more for the water. So that's something that I'm hoping that we don't go back to. To Member Pring's point, I do want to delay this until July. That's where I would want to start. Give people at least a chance to see what their water usage is in May. I know that we're getting a ton of rain right now, but at least use that as a baseline. And also in June. They'll get that bill in July, and at that point, they'll be able to make a decision. Oh, I was watering 3 times a week. I need to go down to 2 or 1 or something. They'll have a baseline at that point to make a decision on whether to make any changes. And I don't believe that our water is a finite resource. Anybody that skis or has been up into the mountains over the course of the winter realize how big of a change it has been from previous years. There's been bare spots throughout our ski resorts that are normally, covered in snow throughout the winter months, and it wasn't the case this time around. So for me, I will be in support of this tonight. I do want us to move to a structure, kind of what Mayor Pro Tem was kind of speaking to earlier, where we're setting a baseline for during the winter months of indoor use and using that potentially in future years about how to structure our rate pays, if it's possible within our billing system. But overall, I will be in support of this tonight, and I will ask to see if we can make this effective in July instead of June. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
I'm not particularly opposed to something like this in a drought scenario. I do think we have the benefit of being in Colorado, where often we have very good water resource all the way through the summer because of the snow melt. And in those cases, I want to live in a city that's green. Let's get rid of this when water's in abundance, and we have the freedom to do that. We're called Englewood. We want to be a city with trees and grass and life. I think that's a high value. I think there's such a thing as overwatering and abusing the water system, but everybody in the city benefits when you see green grass at our parks, in our yards. if we're a city full of life, fruit trees, gardens, green grass, that's a good thing. And to come up with a system that's punitive towards irrigation under all circumstance, I don't think takes account of that, the fact that we want to live in a green city. And I think everybody does, and we live in a place where that's possible a lot of the time. So I would take a more balanced approach to this, have it be something that is a little more nuanced, takes into account, baseline water usage, and it probably has a higher baseline so people get some irrigation for their gardens or whatever at a lower at the lower rate that they would pay for. I think that's a good thing, is to grow gardens, irrigate your gardens. Flower gardens are good too. And then to have that on tap during a drought, and then when it's not a drought, to go back to a flat rate structure or something like that, because then we can be a city that's full of life. When the water is abundant, we can be abundant too. I think we should have an abundance mentality about the way we treat our city. When resources are scarce, we treat them as scarce. When they're abundant, we don't waste them, but we don't avoid using them either. So I'm not supportive of this. I would be supportive, more supportive, may not vote for it, but if it was a more balanced approach that took into account some of the nuances of the actual users.
Member Russell.
Thank you. I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem's comments, and I actually agree with what Mayor Pro Tem was suggesting. I'm not in favor of moving this forward right now, because I feel like we haven't gotten the answers to the other questions. And when those answers come to the other questions, it may be more balanced and not put all the onus on one group of people. And so I'm not necessarily opposed to this, but I'm opposed to moving forward with it right now until we get more information. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Summerson.
Yeah, I would maybe recommend have that an effective date of October 1st would also allow people to begin to plan for next season and make decisions not mid-swing, which some of those summer decisions would be. So that's just my recommendation there. I'm in favor of moving this forward. I think the opposite to some of my fellow members out here is that there are also plenty of households who are tearing up their lawns. There's plenty of households who have one or two people in it, and by virtue of that smaller household size are using less water. And so I also agree that there should be in the future multiple blocks and tiers for customization that also would take into account those folks who are making those choices. So I think, so why these conversations are important is because they are about choices. And so choices to have lawns, choices to not have lawns, choices, and so choices. I don't have a bathtub, so I can't fill 50 bathtubs. And so I don't know what that is, but anyway, I just think, I think that this is an important conversation. I think, as Member Bethel said, we have to start somewhere. I think this is a good start. I think modification of the blocks over time will be critically important, and that look at commercial and large-scale irrigators who may be over-irrigating or may be incentivized to bring their irrigation down. But water is a resource, and whether we have a lot or little, we should be looking at it for what it is, which is a valuable resource. We're, in a state with a river with multiple states fighting over that water, and some of those lower basin states are likely not going to go quietly as they put major conservation efforts in place in terms of how they use their water. So I think it's an important conversation, and thank you.
Thank you, Member Summerson. With that, since I don't see any further comments, I want to make a motion to amend the proposed water rate structure update with an effective date of July instead of June. Could I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. All right. Any comments on that? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I liked Member Summerson's idea of October, and the main reason being, again, we don't, a lot of people don't have data from last year because of the billing system. So people won't be able to estimate this year what, if we give them good bills through the summer, then they can know next summer what they can expect to pay. We could even send a report in the bill saying, here's how your bill is going to, based on your usage last year, here's what you can expect for the coming year. I think this rollout would go a lot more smoothly if people had good data going into it. So I don't want to do the July thing.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. The reason why I chose July is that we're currently in the drought today. And not knowing exactly what the future holds, my preference would be that we still move forward with this rate structure update, but just delay it a couple months because it does give people, well, delay it a month because it does give our residents at least a couple months data to realize how much water they're using over these first 2 months of the summer. So with that, can we please vote on changing the effective date to July?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Nay.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Member Summerson.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
And Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes, 2 nays.
All right. Anything else for members of council? Any other motions? All right. With that, can we vote on the motion as amended?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Nay.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Member Summerson.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
And Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes, 2 nays.
Director Van Wright, thank you very much. Deputy Director Stone, thank you very much for your time, late evening. Really appreciate all the work that you have put forward on this and look forward to the continued discussion on it. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, we've done Mayor's choice and Council Member's choice earlier, so City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of items. First of all, wanted to thank members Ward, Prang, and Summerson for their staffing the booth at Celebrate Englewood. I was sorry to miss this year, but it sounds like we had a good, particularly strong morning turnout. Hopefully you all enjoyed that as well. Also, this week is National Public Works Week, so just want to give a shout out to our Public Works team. Streets, if you didn't know, we maintain 119 street miles of streets, and lane miles rather, and 52 miles of alleys. And so whether it's potholes or snow plowing, they get the job done. Traffic division maintains those signals, all of our signage, keeps the grid running smoothly. Engineering inspection has been particularly busy with all the capital projects underway. You heard some of that during public comment tonight. Fleet is maintaining hundreds of vehicles and pieces of equipment for not only us, but also for Cherry Hills Village and Sheridan. And then a lot of business support, and we're really beefing those efforts up in public works. Also, I was not here for most of Police Week last week, but just want to thank our patrol operations, traffic enforcement team, zone policing, school resource officers, as well as special operations, that's our criminal investigations bureau, impact team, fire marshal's office, property and evidence, crime analysts, and support services, including 911, records, professional standards bureau, and community relations. We did have a meeting this week, today actually, to talk about some community relations issues. If you haven't heard, we are having an uptick in the number of complaints from some of our businesses with regard to homelessness. So we are wanting to be proactive on that and start working more closely with those businesses, give them the resources that they need, including education of when to call the police, which is almost any time you see something, feel free to call police on that. But we also are doing kind of reinstituting some of our sweeps that we were doing before that were pretty effective, particularly around our bus stops and the duck pond area. And so we're going to start that up again. But it's a citywide response, and so we want to make sure that we are being responsive to that. Please forward any of those concerns our way. And then lastly, the Oxford Ped Bridge is officially open, thanks to those who were able to come to the ribbon cutting last Wednesday, including our partners from RTD. And then wanted to let you know that work on the Broadway Hawk signal is now in full swing. Those caissons that we were waiting on, they were installed last week. So we're making progress on both of those key projects. as well as continued work on the planning and design on the Fox and Oxford Hawk signal. So glad to answer any questions. That's all the updates I have now.
All right, I don't see any questions. So with that, we are adjourned. We'll see you next Tuesday. There's 2 council members out next week, so we'll need the rest of us 5 to be there in order to have quorum. So everyone have a good evening.